Thank you. I'm calling this session of the Board of Revision to order. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Ojibwe, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 41st Nation and Treaty 3 territory. My name is Harvey Dime, and I'm chairing today's hearing. With me today are Marcel Lorando and Bill Moretsky. The Winnipeg Assessment Department is represented by Svetlana Scheibel, and our administrative assistant is Jaswinder Kumar. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the business assessment rules in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act and the City of Winnipeg Charter. The matters for which revision are requested have been described in each application. We've been limiting discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing must be sworn testimony, and everyone speaking to a matter must firstly be sworn in or affirmed. Be advised that comparison of assessments are not considered as evidence by the Board of Revision of Market Value. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council. It's independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decision based on the evidence provided at this hearing and issues written orders that we mail to all participants as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value, or the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to an application for exemption from taxation, and should a party wish to appeal, if we shall do so, will be included with the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessment testimony followed by questions and the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony will be followed by any questions that may be asked. Each side will be given an opportunity to summarize if they wish to do so. Once all the evidence upon an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. We'll also repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all applications have been heard, and the Board will deliver it in private and render its decisions. You'll receive the Board's decision by written mail as soon as possible. Please note as information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will form part of our public record. And we'll be hearing items 1 through 11 today on the docket. And because there are parties attending by Zoom, note that the party that is not going to be being heard will be put in the waiting room. Please don't turn off your speaking device on Zoom, and follow on the City of Winnipeg's YouTube channel. Once that is completed, you will be given an opportunity to be called into the meeting and deal with your matter. And Mr. Kumar, you can please now affirm the assessor and the first applicant's testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Assessor, please state your full name.
Svetlana Scheibel.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Story, please state your full name. You are mute, Mr. Story. You are muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
Is that better, Mr. Lorno?
Yeah, that's good. Please state your full name.
Sid Story.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Scheibel, we're dealing with the first matter on the docket today. And can you please read in the information and proceed with your evidence?
File number 22-4012, business ID roll number 6817, owner is Royal George Chrysler Corporation. We assessed annual rental value of $920,416 for area of 52,508 square feet. Our overall rent $17.53. That includes standard occupancy cost. Our overall net rent applied to this Premise area $15.27.
That's
On page number 2, we can see air photos and street view of subject property. It's a car dealership, occupied land area of 229,953 square feet, and leasable area 52,508 square feet. They have major renovation in 2022. On page number 3, provided lease, it showed owner occupied. On page number 5, we have rent comparables for 28 rent comparables for car dealership. Most of them for retail space because that's tenants rent space. You can see from 28 comparables, average $18.83 and media $18.27. I have another set comparables for service garages. It's 15 comparables. We can see that average $16.42 and media $15.50. We assess subject property of overall $15.27. It's very well supported by but similar for similar rent. So based on comparables, the assessment is fair and should be confirmed and $920,460. Thank you. Any questions?
yes, Mr. Story. Any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Looking at your page 5, these are the 28 properties that the city has used in developing the assessment. Is that the realty assessment? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the intention of the exercise was to recognize an industrial component and a retail component to auto dealerships, and then blending the payment. Is that
Correct. Yes, average, yes.
Okay. And we've gone through this, and I think everybody on the board has many times. I'm going to go to it really quickly just to make sure we all remember. Comp 1 is 1301 Kenniston. That's not a retail, that's a fitness, correct? On Kenniston?
Yes. All my comparables on retail, it's retail,
Yeah.
usually neighborhood shopping mall or
Yes, okay, I'm okay with that.
mhm.
14, here we'll have some fun with one. 1250 St. James Street. Do you know what type of property that is?
I know that it's this property built in 1999,
Mhm.
and we have existing leases 2017 for around 23,000 square feet at $20.90.
But do you know-
This St. James located industrial area. That's why it is lease
Right,
should be
close to Polo
upward.
Park.
Yes, it's
Close
but
to Polo
it's
Park?
yes, it should be upward adjustment to subject properties that facing Region Avenue.
Do you know who the tenant is?
I don't have in front of me. Usually we try to
If I
hide
tell
it.
you the tenant is called Flying Squirrel, the world's largest trampoline park. Would that surprise you?
If we're crossing only one comparable number 3, we still have average $18.83, and we assess just over $15 per square foot. It's still fair. That's why I presented 28 comparables. We need space, big square footage, because subject property 52,000 square feet, and only retail store or car dealer or car repair has bigger square footage. That's why it's here.
Okay. On your list, comparable number 4, is that the Salvation Army thrift shop?
It's retail comparables to support our car dealership space, because by the end of the day, it's a retail box, big box for selling instead of for sell trampoline or something, you sell car.
Okay. But you're not suggesting that these buildings would be appropriate place to sell cars, are you?
Cars has same, by the end of the day, they have show area. It's like a retail store, very well designed, much different car brands.
Yeah.
We have a warehouse or a car repair. That why I have another set comparables, 15 comparables, the car actual repair, in some storage area for details.
You've got a large
So by the
store.
end of the day, it's huge retail box. That's why we have retail comparables in our portfolio.
Big box retail, you're suggesting.
Correct. But sometimes for a car dealership, it's more fancy inside interior. It's more higher renovation and interior decoration. So it's sometimes higher the retail space decoration. So it's higher.
I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but basically what it amounts to is the city is suggesting that an appropriate comparable would be a big box retail, but they would obviously need some comparable adjustments, correct?
Correct. Because as we all know, car dealership owner occupied, we don't have existing comparables, but we look on construction, on type of building, and retail store comparables best suited for it.
I'm going to ask you another quick question, and we won't belabor this. Ashley Furnishings is comp number 5 on the corner of Ellis and St. James, and that is definitely a big box retail, correct?
It's all big box retail, correct?
These are all big box retail that you gave us?
Yes, that's why you
I'm not
can
sure
see
they are,
tenants.
because by
One, two,
definition,
four columns. It's a retail property. Tenants, all retails.
Mhm. Okay, we'll just drop down a little bit. And then from there, number 6 is Michael's, number 7 is Lazy Boy.
It's until 28, all retails. All
Yeah, all
car repairs on page number 6, 15
Right.
comparables. It's a car repair service garage.
Right, okay.
And you can see media $15.50
number 8?
just for repair service garage. And we assess just over $15 for full car dealership. It's fair.
What is your comp 8? Pamela Highway?
Big retail box.
Giant Tiger, isn't it? Is the Giant Tiger store?
Yes, it's all retail boxes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No, 28 comparables on page number 5 don't sell car, period.
None of them sell cars. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. It's big box retail stores.
We agree, yeah. Okay, well, just for a minute then, big box retail, by definition, you would assume it would be fairly large, correct?
Correct.
Large square footage, you just mentioned that a number of times.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got 10 of the 28 are under 15,000 square feet.
If you can see on our page number 1, we divide 52,000 square feet for 3 different premises. In biggest premise, 30,000 square feet. If you look on comparables number 19, 36,000 square feet, rent for $17.40. 30,000 square feet close, 47,000 square feet comparable number 4, $15.
So
Another big comparables. Comparables number 21, around 30,000 square feet, $18 per square foot.
Number 21.
And our 30,000 square
March
feet,
Square
we
Warehouse
divide
on 600
only
acres.
less
Sorry.
less as $15 per square foot.
I didn't hear you, but that's okay. 16 to 27. And your number 27 is another Good Life Fitness Club.
Yeah, it's was rent start in 2013. It's a 8 years upward adjustment for time, and they still rent for $19 per square foot. And our assessment less just over $15 per square foot.
How did the department come up with the assessments? On a direct comparison basis or model driven? How is it done?
It's done by rent, similar rent, market rent rates of similar type of space.
But the reason we have difficulty, and Sir Londo mentioned it about, they're all over the place, is because there are no market rents for dealerships because they can't get typical financing or typical developers to build them because the typical developer doesn't want that risk. So how do you go about assessing and that you have to use big box retail in the best part of town, Polo Park area, where 13 of the 28 are in Polo Park, attached to Polo Park, and even the big box that the city is purporting to use aren't big box. By definition, they're not large enough. 10 of them are under 15,000 square feet.
You can see my comparables number 20, 1540 Sen Region Avenue. It's close to the subject property. Rent for $18 per
But that's
$18 per square foot. Comparables number 27, 1610 Region Avenue, big box at 24,000 square feet. Rent for $18.93. We assess $15.27 on same on region. It's fair.
Forgive me if I have to go back up because I didn't understand everything you said, but you did your best. Now, if you go to your page 6, we then have vehicle service related. Is that correct? That's what these call.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. But they're not used in your model. The big box retail and the industrial components are, but not the vehicle service. Why is that?
If you look average for 15 comparable, $16.42 and media $15.50. How is our model generate $15.27 overall? So it's supported by both set of comparables, our assessment.
Okay, and these occupants or these properties may or may not have different elements to them, retail plus industrial, correct?
It has both because
both.
yes.
Okay,
it's
so
service
if it has both,
usually.
Why does the city choose to take big box retail, which are in your 28 comps, plus industrial, but ignore vehicle service in coming up?
Because you can see on square footage, maximum square footage just for one only, comparable number 12 on King's Edward, around 80,000 square feet, less, very small square footage. And we have to appraise 52,000 square feet. We have to go to big boxes, retail space.
And what is that 1870 King Edward? What is that building? What's the tenant?
Fast Fleet Solution Limited.
Sorry, what?
Fast Fleet Solution Limited. It's everything with car related. repair, or store.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I apologize, Mr. Chair, I'm having trouble understanding. 1870 King Edward is how big? How many square feet? 17,909?
Correct.
Okay.
It's on page
And-
number
and
6.
it's
It's only
something-
one comparables with big square footage.
And you're considering 17,000 to be big square footage?
That's why I have another set of comparables on page number 5 to show it 50,000 square feet.
Okay, and what did you say? It's something solutions and it's auto-related?
Correct. Fast Fleet Solution Limited.
Okay. I don't know what that is. Okay. And you've got 3 different assessment areas, pardon me, business tax assessments in this particular property, is that correct?
Yes, but overall 52,500 square feet.
Yeah, and it comes at $15.27 a square foot.
Overall net land, correct.
And that's arrived at looking at the big box retail and the industrial, and then
Correct.
together.
If you see on page number 5, media $18.27 for big boxes retail, and for car repair $15.50, and we still assess $15.27. It's fair.
Okay, I think we've all heard about car dealerships, so I will try to say those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Mr. Moreski, do you have any questions?
Yes. So you just mentioned the dollar figures for each of your comparison categories, and I believe you said 1827 for the big box and 1550 for the vehicle service garages. So you are putting most of your weight on the median figure, correct?
Correct.
Does the model do that too?
Correct.
Okay. Go back up to your first page. Premise ID 8807. That one has a base ARV of 1549. So what portion of this dealership complex is that?
It's an area of 12,330 square feet. I don't have a split to show it. 1 second. Maybe I have 1 second. If I have recorded, save it for me. I didn't look so deep. I need to run the report, cost report, to find out. If you have time, I will do it. I have to go in our system. I didn't save this.
Okay, well, maybe I'll just kind of let the chair decide that. I'm just going to carry on and let you know where I'm going with that questioning. First of all, I would like to know which one of these 3 premises is the vehicle service garage portion. That's what I'm really after.
Usually, biggest rent we take on showroom, and after warehouse and lowest on. It's opening 1 second. Maybe I can see it. I'm not sure. I just guessing. Usually biggest rent based on a showroom because it's front of any store. And after we have more low rent for middle of building with all store. Usually in middle they have a storage area on mezzanine or in middle of the or a box, and by the end of box usually has Service garage, it's will be lowest rent $14.42. How model divide is.
1442.
So we have separation between showroom and service garage because it's one box, and we have area where service happened, some office space, or plus we have some mezzanine space for storage, some small particles. That's why it has 3 different premises to catch all this area of rent, of space.
Okay, therefore it appears to me as if the vehicle service garage comparables are influencing your square foot number more so than the retail is. Would that be a correct assumption based on what you just told me? Because if you're comparing the retail is if the showroom portion is being compared to the retail, that's just a small portion of the overall area, correct?
Yes, it's less as 9,000 square feet. We are assessing $17.93, $18.
Okay, so I guess the answer to my question then is that those other 2 premises are storage and vehicle service garages. And
we have not just we have storage, and we have office space where is deal
storage and
happen.
office. Okay.
Yeah, offices, because all car dealership has insurance company inside building. You can insure, you can rent car, you can buy a car. So we have office space by perimeter in front of showroom by perimeter usually.
Okay, so the retail comparisons aren't really influencing your number that much here. Would that be true?
It's influence because
of this, excuse me, can I just finish my question? Since the majority of this complex is office, storage, and vehicle service garage, about 80% of it, then those retail comparisons that average $18 and something median, they're not really they shouldn't be influencing this the overall values here.
It's very influencing because you see a retail box, they have store in front where you can buy it, shelf, and they have storage area as well. And it's very similar how car dealerships set up. We have sale and storage area where repair happened or something, you know, and all this rent. That's why car retail box very suited for us. It's not just a full showroom. It has showroom and storage behind. With
so a big box, the majority of it would be showroom then. Wouldn't that be true?
No, not 100%.
I know it's not 100, but wouldn't the majority?
But they have majority, they have storage area as well.
Yes, I know, but wouldn't the majority of a big box store be retail showroom area? Would that not be true?
Yes, that's why a big box and $18, and we assess only $15 because we know that car dealership has at least 50% repair service. Okay. That's why we provide another set $15.50 for repair part.
Okay, so then the
and repaired part, yeah. Okay, sorry.
I think I have your answer for that, and I've
glad you do.
Yeah.
And our car dealership has very good air condition.
Yeah. So the
this
air
building was
area...
air conditioned and air fresh air. It's there. It's cooling air. It's very good setup. Because you have a waiting area when your car repair. It's a great setup. And this building was renovated in 2022.
Okay.
Too much.
Okay, I think I've asked my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I have a follow-up question, please?
You know what? I'll let you ask a follow-up question only after the panel members have finished exhausting it.
Okay,
Maybe it'll be answered for you, Mr. Story. If not,
okay,
I'll let you ask a follow-up question at that point, okay?
yep, point well taken, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rondo, I take it from your comment that maybe you're not clear, so
No, I
I'm
want
sure
to,
you have questions to clarify, so please go ahead.
okay, so 8810, that's 31,225 feet. What does that entail? Which building? The main building?
It's 31,000 square feet. It's I guess I have to run cost report to answer your question. I don't
No, you
have
must look at
choice
all three of them because the collision.
because I have to see
center-
where it
the
located.
collision
Premise to
on
answer a question. Be with me. I'm going now.
Okay, good.
I need time. Yeah, I cannot do it. I'm lose my mice. Can I have reset? I will find out.
Yeah, you
Sure.
can have a because I think it's important to get an answer to what premises you're talking about in each of the instances. So I'll give you the time to get that. but-
Correct, and I will, thank you. And I will be run for all 11 comparables, this cost report, so I can answer your question very clear.
How long do you need, Svetlana?
Thank you.
How long do you need?
How much time do you need, Svetlana?
At least 20 minutes.
Okay,
Okay,
see you in 20 minutes.
thank you, Mr. Kumar. So Mr. Lorando was asking questions when we went on break. And so Mr. Lorando, you can continue on with your questions and Ms. Scheibel hopefully now has the answers. So go forward.
I think Mr. Shackle was going to answer my first question.
Maybe we should ask it again just for purpose of continuity on the tape.
Sure. Let's start with the top one then at 8807. Tell us which building that is.
Okay, 12,330 square feet. It's original service repair garage built in 1984, 37 years ago. And showroom was built in 2010 with area of 11,589 square feet.
11,800 and what?
11,589 square feet.
That's the showroom.
Showroom.
Which number is that on there?
It will be it will be start premise 8810 compare together. Another area was built. It's a service. It's an auto dealership, so it has around 11,589 square feet.
11,000.
Yes, it's office showroom. We have another 16,756 square feet. It's drive-in reception service.
Yeah.
It's everything built in 2010. Altogether give us 31,225 square feet. 8,933 square feet. It's auto dealer shop repair addition built in 2022.
Which one was that? The 31,225?
It's 8,953 square feet.
8,953. And what did you say that was?
It's auto detail shop, was built addition in 2022.
Detail shop, right? So which one's the body shop then?
Detail shop.
Body shop, it will be first, premise 8807.
That's the body shop.
Mhm.
Okay. That was 84. Now you said there was 16,700 square feet of reception area, correct? In the the drive-in
Yes,
reception.
Yes, it's
Wh-
driver
wh-
reception service. It's our dealership complete. It's
what-
complete from 16,000 and 12,000. It's our 31,225 square feet.
And where do you have that one for the rent? In which
It's
line?
8810 premise, 31,000 rent, $14.42.
Okay. And what else is included in that 31,000 then?
It's our car dealership.
So is there a service department in there?
It's a showroom, reception area, offices, store, all together.
Parts department? Correct?
Yeah, so first premise, it's our original service garage,
Yeah, but the
and
parts,
last premise additional space
Yeah.
for service garage.
and that's the 31,225, correct?
It's our dealership, yes.
Now, in that dealership, there's a parts department. Is that not a warehouse?
No, it's a addition to service garage around 9,000 square feet, third premise.
Do they not stock parts in there? Shelving?
It's all together. It's addition to service garage, built in 2022.
So the reception area where they drive in, it's a big garage where they drive in. There's 2 lanes that drive in, correct?
It's our car dealership, original 2000, built in 2010, 31,000 square feet.
I'm done with my questions. I'm never going to get an answer anyway. Let's move on.
Okay, do you have other questions, Mr. Lorenzo?
I will have none for her.
I have 3 premise. I can repeat myself easily. Don't be upset. First premise, around 12,000 square feet. It's original service garage, built in 1984. Second premise, around 31,000 square feet, car dealership. A third premise, it's addition to service garage, built in 2022. More questions?
Okay, any other questions, Mr. Lorenzo? Are you finished?
I'm done.
Okay. Shabo, I guess the only question I have is I know that service garages, and I saw the photograph that you've shown of the premises. There's a lot of land outside. Is any of that taxed for business purposes?
All gross area 52,000, and we assess for business purpose.
I'm asking you though, there's no tax on any of the outside portion, the parking
Huh?
lot, and the car storage outside?
No, we assess just premise area.
And your comparables, would they have land of that nature as adjoining the rented property?
Correct, and our business has 230,000 square feet as well. Land area on page number 2.
Yes. Okay, so land area is not taxed, it's just included with the lease for the property itself.
Correct. It's owner occupied space.
Yeah, I understand. Well, okay. And would any of your comparables have as much additional land as this car dealership has? Can you tell me? Like, we see the space, but I know they have parking lots for customers and everything.
Okay, we assess premise area. We don't assess land value.
I know you're not assessing land value, but when you rent the premises, you get the land as well.
But in our case, we see how much market rent
so
for
that doesn't
space
influence-
occupied.
Okay, so you're telling me that does not influence business tax then? Correct?
No,
Okay,
it's property tax.
that's fine. And that's fine. I just want to make that clear. Okay. Okay, I'm good.
But available area for parking also considered when rent sign.
Well, okay, well,
Sorry,
that's,
could you say that again, please? I couldn't hear that, figure that. Shailana, could you just repeat it, please?
When a rent sign, tenants can see what land area available for parking as well. It's part of
when the
property
lease is
available.
signed? When the lease is signed? You know what you mean? I'm
well,
sorry, I didn't understand.
okay, hang on, Mr. Story, you're out of order now. Okay, I asked the question, and I'll make sure I got it clear. So
Okay.
you're saying then that although you do not assess for outside land, it would influence the amount of rent paid for the building property itself, because you're saying that'd be an influence. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. I want to make sure of that. Okay, Mr. Story, you indicated you had a further question you wanted to ask. I'll
Oh, I
let
have
you ask.
two. Now I have two, but I'll start, if we could go to the assessor's brief on page 6. And I'm looking at comp number 12. And that's Boyd Auto Glass. And it's a vehicle repair, vehicle service. It's an appropriate square footage for vehicle service, 17,900. And it's got a lease signed in 219 at 1015 a square foot. Is this, in your opinion, Madam Assessor, is this a reasonable comparable to use in arriving at the retail component or the industrial component of a car dealership?
This rent have to be upward adjustment for 2 years of to reference day. Plus, it should be upward adjustment for location in Edward industrial area and subject property located in commercial area of Regent Avenue. And also this it's just service garage and doesn't have a showroom, doesn't have
Nothing, zero, nothing, correct. Yeah.
That's why we
It's bare
don't take
bones.
one comparables, we take 15 and have average $15.50, how market analyze.
Okay, so this appears to me to be the only bona fide comp on your page 6, because it meets all the criteria for a car dealership.
Or service garage, yes.
For vehicle service garage. Okay, and then just getting back, I'm going over this again, but I want to make sure we got the right numbers. The area where the mechanics work in the 12,330 square feet. Then the main is the area where there's waiting rooms, there's sales.
It's yes, it's car
8,900.
dealership built in 2010.
Yeah.
And we have addition built in 2022, around 9,000 square feet.
Yeah,
But you can see model usually take average.
8,953 square feet is the collision center, correct? Correct?
It's addition.
Oh, it's a collision center. Okay, that's all right.
Can I answer your questions, Mr. Story?
Yes, I think I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, you want, Mr. Story, then we're finished questioning on this, so you can go on with your evidence then.
Okay. Do I have exactly 2-minute break?
You know what? Since we gave Ms. Shibo a break, I think we have to give you one. It's 2 minutes.
Only one. Yeah, I'll go fast.
Hurry back.
Yeah.
We will be. We're just going back on the record, Mr. Story.
Okay.
We didn't realize you were going to be as quickly as you were.
Can it be which?
I didn't realize you were going to be as quick as you were, so we've got to go back on the record.
I promised 2 minutes.
You
Green
did
light,
last.
Mr. Chair. Oh,
Thank you.
oh, just 1 second, Mr. Chair. Ms. Chabel's not there. Okay, we can start, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Story, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, board members, assessor. This is 1355 Regent Avenue. The property is a complete car dealership at 1375 Regent Avenue West. Has an original assessment by the assessor of $14.42 a square foot. I should say that we are doing 7 car dealerships, and I would request that we do one argument and carry it forward. They're the same issues. They're the same market rent, and the market rent is the only thing that's in dispute with this file. So I would request that we consider that, if only for.
And I think that that's a good consideration. So go forward, Mr. Story.
Okay. So we have 31,225 square feet. There are actually 3 ARV records with this particular property. First one is 31,225 square feet. The assessment we're suggesting is $12.50 a square foot. And I'll share with you how we got to that in just a moment. The annual rental value suggested by the assessor is $520,020, and we're suggesting $446,215.
Can you say that again? I didn't get the last amount, Mr. Story.
446,215. It's on.
Thank you.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay. So there are 3 different assessments. And the bottom line is that $12.50 is our view as a fair market value for car dealerships. The city is essentially doing a blended payment by using big box retail as one of the components when they have information like vehicle service that would perhaps have been more effective and more reasonable, because it's a stretch to get people like Ashley's Furniture and Flying Squirrel and things then Good Life Fitness and say that they could operate those businesses out of the car dealership out of those buildings. It seems somewhat illogical. So that's our first record. Record number 1, so on the next page, is 12,330 square feet. And we just talked about that, the main and the auto body and the car rental. The next one, record 1, is 1549 is what the assessor is suggesting the market rent. We're suggesting $12.50. As I indicated, we're using $12.50 on all of these car dealerships today. they're, it seems obvious to do that. And that we result in a ARV of 180,634. And the next record number is the original assessment is $17.93, and the our suggested assessment is $12.50, as we've already discussed. And the question is, how do we get to this $12, this magical, mystical $12.50? We've looked at what's happening with the car dealerships in Winnipeg. We know that there's some confusion. That's why we're going through we're going to be going through a test case on car dealerships. We don't totally disagree with the assessor with the approach, but we disagree with their inputs. We think that they could be better suited to doing a blended payment between vehicle service related, and industrial. So you would have, as opposed to big box retail, and even what the city is proposing are big box retail, by definition, aren't big enough. As I indicated, that the majority of them, not about 13 of them out of 28 were under 15,000 square feet. Now, we've had the opportunity of representing a number of these car dealerships this cycle. And I think that there's an argument to be made for a blended payment, looking at vehicle service related plus the vehicle service, and the industrial component. So what it amounts to is utility. What can you do, or how do you value vehicle service garages that may or may not have sorry, pardon my, I'm trying to read my writing upside down. So our position is that we believe that the retail portion of the assessment should be about $15 a square foot, which is not far from where the assessor is. That's on the retail component. So what's the retail component? Well, that's the showroom, the customer lounge, the accounting office, the sales office. That's the retail component. And that needs a certain quality of finish. And that quality of finish, we believe, should command a rental rate in the $15 a square foot range. The industrial, which is really a distribution warehouse or even a flex warehouse, would be more in the range of $10 a square foot. So the $12.50 came about by taking the 50% of the dealership is what the dealers call front of the house, and 50% is called back of the house, or dirty. The dirty part is the part where the oil changes and some of the housekeeping is required. And our position is that the dealership should be blended, and they should be blended at $12.50 a square foot, being 50% of the $10 of the industrial component, and 50% of the $15 on the retail component. And the retail component is verified right across Canada as having as much higher degree of quality and finish in the retail component as opposed to the industrial in car dealerships. And we believe that that's the case, should be the case here. So that would be my presentation. Be brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Michelle, any questions?
Yes, you haven't provided any market evidence to support your rent, correct?
No, there isn't any. That's why we're all getting together and doing test cases. And the reason is that there's a tremendous amount of risk to a developer to lease to certain types of industry, and leasing to a build to suit, that the control is really with the manufacturer. It's very difficult, if not impossible, to get an arm's length lease. We don't have one. So we've got to come up with something that will reflect to some degree the market value of that property. Now, the arguments that are put forth by the city are that they didn't use the vehicle service. Sorry? That they didn't use the vehicle service because the buildings were too old. But again, it gets back to utility. And I believe that the $10 is reflective of an industrial market rate in the 2023 cycle. And $15 is reflective of the retail rate. That's your $12.50. I'm suggesting that it's a number that should be considered for this assessment.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Rondo,
No questions, sir.
thank you. Mr. Moreski, any questions?
Yes, just on your comment about you do not have any market comparisons because there is none, but you actually use the market comparison to come up with your number. Would I be correct in in the way I frame that? Because you're saying
except that,
the showroom part is worth 15, the industrial part is worth 10.
yeah.
That goes to market comparison, doesn't it?
It goes to market rents, but not necessarily of pure car dealerships. It's dealerships plus the vehicle service, the other component.
Right.
And it's the vehicle service because of the age, and that's on the well, that's in our evidence. The ages are what the city purport not to have used the vehicle service because the buildings that they have in that inventory are older. But that's why you have a comparable adjustments in comparison. So in fact, indirectly with one step, you are doing market comparables.
Okay, but I guess I just want to drill down how you arrive at these two figures of $15 and $10. I mean, I understand the concept of it, but what in your evidence would lead to those numbers?
Well, we lead to it by an assumption that the $15 is a reasonable market rent for retail, even big box, and the city came out a little bit higher. I think they used $15, but they actually referenced higher. And $10 a square foot we've used just based on our experience on the industrial components, an industrial building in the city of Winnipeg, averaging the $10 range. And that wouldn't be a flex warehouse. A flex warehouse could actually be used and could perhaps be well used as a car dealership, albeit small. But we don't have specific point at a comp and say that's the comp. If there's a comp, it would be that Boyd Auto Body at $10 a square foot. And that's in the assessor's evidence.
That's the assessor's evidence. Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions, and I know that Mr. Moreski asked about comparables that you didn't give us any to show that your $10 and $15 were found from anything other than an assumption. But having said that, though, there are other questions, and that is that if you are using flex warehouses, which you didn't provide us any, they're in locations that aren't on busy streets like Pembina Highway, where you see car dealerships, or McPhillips, or Portage Avenue, or
well, we have
in this case, or Waverly West, and places like that. They're out of the way locations, and so I don't know. Is it fair to compare a fixed warehouse average rent which we don't even have here, by the way, with the addresses that these properties are on.
You're suggesting, and sorry, Mr. Donovan, you're suggesting that that they're in inferior locations to the subject, pardon me, to the comps that have been provided.
I'm saying you're not going to run a car dealership and a flex warehouse out of the way, and where places where we find flex warehouses, or warehouses for that matter.
Well, what the assessor is suggesting is that the model they've developed to solve this problem is a big box retail. And of course, that would demand a huge land cost because, as I indicated earlier, 13 or 15 of the properties are clustered around Polo Park. Polo Park is $1 million plus an acre. That would have to be picked up in rents. It's the only place it can come from, revenue from rent. So, and the other thing is car dealerships change. The two Waverly Wests are condominiumized auto parts with lots of restrictions, as is Points West, which is the Chipman Group. So there are reasons they went to auto malls. They wanted to cluster. That may be changing now a bit, but they did for a number of years.
Yeah.
Starting back in Winnipeg, starting in early 2000s with McNaught and Dan Murray and the Chrysler, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're looking and you believe that there is a differential associated with a location, that would be a comparative adjustment you would make in arriving at your conclusion.
Okay, well, and I like the fact that, I can't tell you, we can tell you that the city's model is, the reason we're here is it's a difficult one for all of us. And you've given us an alternative, but you haven't really documented how you arrived at what you gave us figures you took, but no support of them. I'm not saying I'm discounting it altogether because this is a difficulty. So I guess the next question is that you look at the big box on one hand or the retail on one hand for $15, but you're not going to find retail that requires the amount of outside space that a car dealership requires, where they have vast, huge lots full of inventory, and as well as parking for customers. And a retail, you only need parking for customers.
Yes, that's big box retail needs ample parking for customers. That's correct.
And this needs ample parking for customers, and there's huge lots that are filled with inventory.
Well, they may look huge, but what happens is under the criteria, the manufacturers require, they look at a minimum of 5 acres and the optimum 8 acres. So there is a lot of land associated with it, and it has to be picked up in the lease. You're absolutely correct. But the lease rate is affected by the extraordinary risk of a build-to-suit single-purpose building.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's Mr. Moretsky here. I have one more question.
Go ahead, Bill. Go ahead, Bill.
It's on your, this isn't really a question. It's kind of pointing out I guess a discrepancy of sorts here. Page 2, your base column on the right, this would be on record number 2. Just looking at the figures that's adding up here to 55,902, and I can see right off the hop here that does not add up. That 18,735, 45,992 looks like about a $13,000 or $14,000 short than what it should be.
Are you looking at our brief or the assessors, Mr. Rack?
Your brief, yeah.
Could you say it again? I'm sorry.
Yes, on your base column, your costs, you have your base ARV of 393.13. Then you have these numbers, those 4 numbers under the cost to occupied, 18,735, 4592, 7806, 2596.
Yeah.
See, the first two numbers already add up to almost $60,000. So there's
Oh, yes,
an
yeah.
issue with your
There's an
number
error.
there. It seems
My
to be about a
apologies.
$13,000 or $14,000 discrepancy.
Yes, my apologies. It's incorrect.
And I guess that carries forward all the way to your final numbers.
Yes, my apologies.
I wouldn't be drawing attention to it if it was just a few dollars out, but it
Yeah,
just
no,
jumped
no,
out at me right away there. Yeah.
Yeah, my apologies. It's an error. Sorry.
Okay, let's do that now.
One quick.
Yeah, it should come to 69,729. Is that what you got?
Yes. Yes, it's about $14,000. So I have the total occupancy cost at 118,621. Is that what you have, Mr. Story?
I'm just doing it now, sir. Just a moment. $50,000. 5205.
Yep.
Here, so this is 48. Yeah. it's over here. So we're looking at record 3, correct?
Record 2.
Two.
First
Record 2. Okay, record 2. 520. 2. 450, 264. 69.
Oh, that's the error, right?
What is here?
Yeah.
Did you join this correctly?
Gotta write it.
Sorry, we're just gonna take a minute if you don't mind. You correct it.
460, yeah.
But the number is correct. The total is correct here.
Which take 5 minutes.
You know, when it comes to 460,042 instead of 446,215.
Take first, you see.
Yes. Hold on.
Sorry.
Actually, the city, the one you have for the city is also incorrect.
Wrong.
Yeah.
City
So
Post.
they both are the same discrepancy.
Well, rather than spend a lot of time, I asked the board to consider just confirming the assessment.
No, it's 460,042. There you go.
Yeah, how do we miss it?
It did. It's done. Doesn't matter.
460. 460,042.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm willing to ask for it to be confirmed.
Okay, so you want a confirmation under 54-1?
Yes, please.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Moreski?
No, if that's what the applicant wants, then I don't have any questions, no.
Mr. Lorando?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Sorry for the inconvenience, gentlemen.
Okay. Well, then we can go on with the next property.
Okay.
Item number 2, which is 1272 Dugald Road. Ms. Scheibel, when you're ready.
Hang on. File number 22-4018, business assessment roll 2083. Owner is Jim Cartier, Chevrolet Olds Cardigals Limited. We assessed business at $985,140.
Excuse me, are we doing 12?
70.
Yeah, we're doing
Oh,
1272.
sorry, I'm wrong. I am 1400 McMillan. Sorry. I
Yeah,
opened-
no, okay.
I'm
Yeah,
on-
you,
Now you're even.
I'm on wrong area. Oh, now I'm here. Sorry about it. File number 22-4031. Business assessment roll 2494. Business name Winnipeg Yamaha Sport and Leisure. We assessed business at $378,360 with premise area of 28,199 square feet with overall rent that include occupancy cost $13.42. The subject property, it's the tenant, it's owner occupied property. We can see that it's a land area over 200,000 square feet. Original built in 1997 with addition into 2000. And our leasable area 28,199 square feet. On page number 2, we have air photo and business and street view with one photo inside, how it's look like. It's look like retail big box. On page number 3, income expense mailer provided to us. It's owner occupied properties. On page number 5, same random comparables for retail big boxes with big square footage with media of $18.27. And on page number 7, it's a repair service garage, 15 comparables with media of $15.50. Also, I have set comparables for just warehouses. And you can see warehouses average very low, $8.25. So based on comparables, the assessment is fair and should be confirmed at $378,360. Thank you.
thank you. Any questions, Mr. Story?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Mr. Lorando, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Boretsky?
So you're using the storage warehouse comparisons then to drive the numbers on this one?
Because we have one storehouse unheated storage area, it's second premise around 6,000 square feet, and we apply less $4 per square foot.
And the other part
Just-
is, again, what, the 31 and 57, what is that?
It's a real building. We use
real
same
building?
set of comparables for big boxes store and service garage, because they provide some service to repair leisure vehicle.
So that's a kind of a blended rate of $13.
Yes. And this rent very low compared to previous because it's location of the properties. It's located in manufacturing industrial area. We account for it as well.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Scheibel, the area 5838, which is assessed at $399, it appears that it's unheated, obviously, because it shows no heat. So it's unheated storage space.
Correct.
And you have
That,
have you got any
that-
comparables for unheated storage space for us?
that's why I provide on last page. I have unheated storage space,
Okay, that's okay.
and they showed media of $8.25. We apply $4. It's fair.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Okay, Mr. Story. You can proceed with your evidence, Mr. Story.
Yes, thank you. Yes, our, the original assessment, this is very close to our request. The original assessment is 1303 for 22,361. Is 1250 a square foot. As we discussed before, same argument, the industrial rate in the range of $10, or the older vehicle service is in the range of $10, and retail is in the $15 range. Blended is $12.50, and that's our position. And we're asking for an ARV of 335, 450. Thank you.
Any questions, Ms. Scheibel?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Lorenzo, any questions?
Did you add up the city one? Because on the page, she's got 378, yet on your sheet, it's got 347.
So,
I think you-
could you repeat that, please?
On his second sheet, he's got the city at 347,460.
Yeah.
His request is for 335, but city was higher than that on their request. I'm just asking if he made some his additions again.
Yeah, he doesn't have the storage space.
Yeah, he doesn't have the storage space. That's what it is.
Right. It has its own record, and I believe it's not a threshold.
Yeah, he has a different area. He's got $6,000, 6,000 less than square feet in the city.
Yeah, storage space.
That's where it is.
But 5838 is the 5838 the city has assessed at 399 isn't here.
Yep, I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay, but so you didn't put the storage space in yours then, Mr. Story, correct?
No, we didn't.
Was there a reason for that?
It's unheated storage. It's a separate record number. So we applied, I believe, for being under the threshold.
How is it on a separate record?
Well, you see there's two
That's for
records
tax roll?
on that property. Yes, it's taxable.
You only have the one record on here.
It's all as one record on here, yeah?
No, on our page, our last page of our brief, there's two records, record 1 and 2. Do you have it?
Yeah. So you're saying that that's not, it doesn't have to be there because it's not going to be taxable because it's under the number.
Under the threshold, correct. It's
Yeah,
all,
very- Here's 330. And she's got it in hers, but you took it off to bring her down to 347, 460. 335. But the number we're dealing with here, Mr. Story, is the total number on the top of this page, which is 378,360.
Yep.
So
That's
my,
with the occupancy costs.
Hmm?
That includes the cost to occupy.
378, yeah, but you don't have that on your sheet. Anywhere that 378, 360, because you left out that storage.
You
Yes,
don't-
we did purchase.
You
Correct.
can't do that. You appealed on your sheet for the total, for that amount of 378,360.
Mhm.
When you applied for your appeal, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
When
last.
you applied for your appeal,
Yeah,
you would put in that number of 378,360. We're not
Yes.
dealing with the number that you're talking about. So we have to deal with that number, not your number.
I would, on this, it's so close, I would just ask that it be confirmed. With apologies.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
we'll confirm it under 54-1 if that's what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Okay. So that takes us to item number 3, which is 3690 Portage Avenue. Ms. Scheibe, when you're ready, you can proceed.
File number 22-4024, business roll number 29661. Business designation Mazda. We assess annual rental value of business at $124,980 dollar with area of 7.3 thousand square feet. Our overall rent that include occupancy cost $17.12 and base rent $14.78. The subject property, the subject rent space of 7,284 square feet at net rent $44.48. We did assess less than $15 per square foot. Based on this, its assessment is fair and should be confirmed. I have more information on page number 2. It's a car dealership with 7.3 thousand square feet leasable area and land area 44,000 square feet. I provide same set comparables for retail, big boxes, warehouses, and information about lease provided on page number 5. It's line number 3. Lease is $44.48. They pay extra for property, for utilities, for insurance, and it's we assess only less than $15 per square foot. So our assessment annual rental value $124,980 should be confirmed. It's fair.
Okay, that's your evidence, Ms. Scheibe?
Correct. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Story, any questions?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Larondo,
Not at this time.
Mr. Moretsky?
Yes, I do not understand your last page, I'm afraid. The questionnaire, April 15th, 2021. What is this?
Okay, it's reported to us in 2020. Property 3690 Portage Avenue, occupied. Landlord, it's a Group Rent Estate Corporation, rented space for ground Mazda at 7,284 square feet at Net rent $44.48. Tenants pay extra $20,000 for property tax, its recoveries, paid insurance $12,000. They pay occupancy utility over $36,000. And it's pay also 8,000 over 9,000 square feet fee. Plus, owner put investment in property around 800,000 for renovation to collect his $44.48 rent.
So this is for 2020.
It's our reference date, 2021, April.
So they paid they were renting it out for $44.48 per square
Correct.
foot.
Yes, it's great rent for car dealership, but it's small square footage, less as 8,000 square feet space.
And in other years or other addresses here,
It's net rent as well. On Waverly, across Acura, rent around 12,000 square feet and $38.57. Plus for all recoveries, it's paid by tenants.
so this group real estate corporation, they rent out, these are all dealerships that they rented out in 2020.
Correct. It's our best comparables I came across.
Okay,
You
but I
can
thought
see-
you've been saying throughout all of these that there is no market rents to compare it with.
Now I will be used up. Now I will start to use this. You can see on St. Mary, they rent over 25,000 square feet and $27.42 Honda rent. And our assessment less than $15 per square foot.
Which address are you speaking about, please?
My page number 5.
Yeah, okay.
All rent comparables for all market evidence for Mazda, Honda, Toyota, auto body,
Now,
Nissan, Honda, rent between $16.42 to $44 per square foot.
Okay, so for the first two, you didn't know about this then? For the first two items?
I didn't include in my comparables because I base on realty. But prepare for this business assessment, I came across this.
So what's the last thing you said? Didn't understand you. What did you just say?
You're
On
not
page,
now,
on page number 5, real market evidence how much car dealership pay for rent.
But what is it? Okay.
Mr. Story, you've asked your questions. If you ask some more questions after, I'll allow
Okay.
that. Okay, but don't just butt in like that. You're out of order.
There seems to be quite a range in the square foot numbers. Correct? It goes
Correct.
Going from 1869 to 44.48.
Because look,
That's 100%.
40,
It's a
yeah,
range.
rent $44 per square foot for around 7,000 square feet. And also, and if it's 43,000 square feet, it's much low, $24 per square foot.
Okay, I have no further questions.
I might
Okay.
have,
I've got a few questions on this, Ms. Shabo. First of all, the premises that you are taxing have a total area of 7,300 square feet.
Correct.
Okay, and you have it's so smaller. Next question, I guess I have: are these arm's length leases, or is this company affiliated with the tenants?
It's a group real estate corporation collect rent from the tenants.
Are the tenants at arm's
It's
length?
arm's
Excuse
length links.
I'm asking you a question. Just wait till I ask the question before you answer it. I'm asking you, are the tenants and the landlord at arm's length, or are they affiliated?
It's market rent. It's not connected.
You know that they're not connected.
No, because you can see clearly they pay rent for space, they pay property taxes, they pay insurance, they pay utility, they pay profit, and also this page show how much tenants put money to capital renovation of this property to collect this rent.
You still haven't answered my question. Are they affiliated, or are they completely separated at arm's length?
Completely separated businesses.
You know that for a fact. So in
Yes.
other words, Group Real Estate Corp is not affiliated with the Crown dealerships at all. They
No.
just rent. And you're sure of that? Okay, so the next question I have is, how could there be such a discrepancy between rents, like $44.48 for the high and $16.42 for the low, for basically what would have to be some very similar premises?
You will still talk about this page number 5?
I am. I'm talking about page number 5. I'm looking at your high and your low. I'm looking at 2 properties rented from the Group Real Estate Corp in both instances on Waverly to Crown affiliates. And the rent is, for similar properties, I know this is smaller, but even still, you have a low of $16.42 and a high of $14.48. And it seemed both on Waverly.
Yes, but it's different buildings. It somehow involved this. And if you look just not on Waverly, we look on Portrait Street, McPhillips, it's small space, 7,000 square feet, $44. Big space, 37,000 square feet, $19. So it's economic of scale.
Okay, Mr. Story, you wanted to ask another question. I'll let you do that.
Sure. So you're telling me that Mr. Dolari, when he sent you his numbers for 2610 McPhillips, included all the other addresses on the properties that he owns and the dealerships?
Is that that's a question for me?
No, not for you. I'm asking.
Oh. Assessor.
I use my comparable, similar set of comparables for big warehouses, big boxes, warehouses.
Okay, and I understand that. What I'm questioning you on is that page 5 right now. 2610 McPhillips, that was the questionnaire was sent out to them. Is that not correct?
Yes, it's we received in 2020.
Right, that it was sent to 2610 McPhillips, correct?
Correct.
Right, and that went to Dolari, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Dolari sent you all his properties that he's got rented to his own dealerships, correct?
This information on page number 5, it's income expense mailer provided to us. It's in our archive. And I posted on 2 pages, page 4 and 5.
And book rents, correct?
It's net rents.
You better investigate a little further. I've got no further questions.
Story, you said you had another question. I'll let you ask it, because you didn't ask any questions in the first instance. And you did try to ask a question out of order. I'll let you ask it now if you wish to.
Which accounts for you? Do you have a question?
No question, actually.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask though for confirmation of 3690 Portage Avenue.
Okay.
Can you repeat that? I wasn't sure I heard.
Yeah, he asked for confirmation under section 54 for the property. Yes, will be confirmed. Okay, well, that takes us to 1400 McPhillips Street. Michelle?
1400 McPhillips.
300.
22-4018. Business ID roll 2083. Jim Cartier Chevier. We access annual rental value at $985,140. Total area of premise 63,994 square feet. Our overall rent that include occupancy cost $15.39. Net rent, base rent $13.05. The subject on page number 2, air photo of subject property, street view. Its car dealership occupied area, land area of over 200,000 square feet with leasable area of around 64,000 square feet. Original built 1990 with addition in 2006, located in industry and commercial area. On page number 3, I provide same set comparables for retail, big boxes, warehouses with media of $18.27. On page number 4, income expense mailer provided to us. It's owner occupied space. Based off my set of comparables, showed media $18.27. We assess $13.05. So based on my comparables, the assessment is fair and should be confirmed, and $985,140. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions, Mr. Story?
Yes, just one moment. 514 is correct. That's fine, thank you. No question.
You can hear you soon.
Oh, no questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions, Mr. Moreski?
Yes, I do. I guess it relates to the last item as well. Why are you not providing those rental comparisons for the dealerships? That survey for this case.
According to your questions, I will do more investigation. Right now, we have set comparables for car dealership. So we following realty.
The other one, 3690 Portage, did not have realty. Is that what you're saying?
Same set comparables we presented for a realty hearing. So I following justice.
Okay, but my question is, the previous item then did not have a realty appeal? What was different about that one that you used those comparisons on page, I think it was 5?
On page number 5. No, I just use comparables was presented during realty hearing. I apply same comparables on our business assessment.
Yes, okay, I'm gonna ask the question again. That's on this one, right? 1400 McPhillips, you're using these comparables because that's what you used on the realty.
Correct. For all car dealership, we have same set of comparables.
Okay, so therefore you are not going to use those, what we call them there, the dealership survey of the Lowry. You're not going to use that here because
not today.
No, because there was a realty assessment on this one, or that was appealed, or
because I came across these comparables first time, and I will be do more investigation and apply for municipal board.
okay, So you're not putting much weight on that anymore.
Not yet.
Wanted to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
I have no further questions then.
Any questions, Mr. Rondo?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm looking, Ms. Scheibel, you gave us the mailer and it shows that the income, that the rent was $720,000 in the year, $60,000 a month. Why
If
are
you-
you not getting that rent?
Because if you look on page number 4, it shows that full owner occupied space.
Okay, so you're saying it's not a real lease, they're paying rent for themselves.
It's owner occupied space. It's just for bookkeeping, for own balance. That's why I don't have these comparables in my any sets. Because not real market rent.
Okay, Mr. Story, you present your evidence.
I'm fine, thank you. I'll just, I won't present.
Okay, does that mean that you're
No, I would prefer a
withdrawing?
decision.
Are you withdrawing the application?
No, I'd like a decision.
Well,
but not a confirmation at this stage.
okay, but you're not giving us your evidence. So what are we supposed to base it on if you don't give us evidence?
Oh, we didn't pass this. It's based on 1322 a square foot.
Oh.
And we're asking for 1250 a square foot. And 1322 is developed by the assessor, and our 1250 is developed by ourselves using that 15 and 10 blended payment. It comes up to 1250 versus 1322. And an ARV of 599, 520. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Scheibel, any questions?
I see confirming amount, so you don't distribute our annual rental value. On page number 3, confirmation amount.
Number 2 now.
What's that?
Number 2.
Okay.
You have 2 records, okay. So you don't provide any evidence to support your magic $12.50, correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
I'm not giving you comparables because there are no dealership comparables. What I'm suggesting to you is that in this assessment cycle, 15 is not an unreasonable amount for retail. This is not big box retail, so but it's used by the department as opposed to the vehicle service. And we're asking that the original assessment 1437 be treated as 1250, which is 50% of $15 and 50% of $10. $10 is the industrial rate and 15 is the retail rate. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rondo, any questions?
Sid,
Yes. Sorry.
do you have a total then? Because I'm coming up with your request of 986,000. Did I punch something in wrong? Because the city's asking for 985, you're asking for 986.
He's got 750, 667, isn't he?
Add them all up.
The last one we're confirming is the same. But the second one is this, not that.
182,370.
Well, he didn't total them up, but they total up to 767 or something.
All four of them?
Well, there's only 2.
There's only 2.
Yeah.
How much you say that was,
Oh, there's 3.
Bill?
Pardon me?
How much you say a total again? I haven't done that yet.
756,667 is what I have for the applicant's total of the two records that he has there.
Actually,
370.
781, 8.
151, 140. There's
Oh,
Well, wait a minute. Just,
75667.
Huh?
75667.
yeah, that's what I have, yeah.
Yeah, it's not divisible by 12, but we can figure that anyway.
So yeah, we didn't understand that. What was that last comment?
I said it's not divisible by 12, but it's
Oh,
neither here nor there for now.
Yeah, I guess we would have needed the total from the applicant, right? That's what we needed.
what I'm asking.
182,370. Sorry, board, Mr. Chair. 595.20.
That's the last one. We're confirming.
151, 147.
Oh, 399.
933.
Write it down. 933. Oh, 37.
037.
Yeah.
That's all three.
Yeah.
So we've got 933, 037 for all three combined.
933,
037.
037. Yeah, I added something twice. Okay.
We're on 1400 McPhillips right now, right?
Yeah,
So where is this 900 something coming?
yeah.
Let's see.
Comes that's the addition of the three different records. But I might ask at this point, with due respect, if we could have a little break, please.
Yeah, you only have two records in yours.
One of them is it's just equal.
We have three.
So you've skipped out one area again.
There's 3 records that were sent in. 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, no, there's three records.
Oh boy.
We'll have a look. We'll go. Break, little break.
How much time do you need, Mr. Story?
You have a lower area than what the city has.
That's because you don't have the third.
Yeah.
He hadn't put the third piece in that we were talking about.
You've got third record and
The third one we're confirming.
yeah.
The
Oh, the third one we're
151
confirming. That's
This one was 151, 140, we're confirming, and the other 2, that's what we have.
okay. We'll ask to be confirmed, please.
Okay.
I think we need a break, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, take a break. How long do you need, everybody?
5 minutes.
Can we
5
get
minutes?
can we get a brief in camera as well?
Yeah. Okay, so let's see, we'll reconvene, let's say at 3:15, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we're next reconvening, and we're next prepared to go on with agenda item number 5, which is 2400 McPhillips Street. And Ms. Scheibel, when you're ready, you can proceed.
File number 22-4017, business ID 33757, 2400 McPhillips, owner Jim Cotier. We assessed annual rental value of business at $555,840 for total area of leasable area 34,852 square feet. Our overall rent that include occupancy costs $15.95. Our base rent $13.60. On page number 2, I have airport a street view. It's a building located of area 182,000 square feet and a gross area around 42,000 square feet. We assess less than 35,000 square feet. It's located in the commercial regional, commercial C zoning. We did apply same. What's going on? We apply same rent comparables, 28 rent comparables, big retail warehouses. They showed $18.27 media. On page number 4, income expense measure provides that it's owner occupied space. So our comparables very well support $13.60. And based on my comparables, the assessment in fair and should be confirmed at $555,840. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Story, if you have any questions, I'm going to shall we pass them now?
No, I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
But I would like, if I may, to request confirmation of 2400, 2536, and 2610, all McPhillips. 2400, 2536, and 2610. And the numbers I'll give you just in your record. When we just finished 555, 840, 35, 2536, I'm sorry, 371, 940, and 2610 McPhillips, 647, 645, 300. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. That completes your matters, Mr. Story. You'll receive our decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you.
Okay.
Catch you soon, Sid.
I don't know.
You're still there, Sid.
Oh, do you want me to turn off?
No, you don't have to turn off yet. You wait till he tells you.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Oh, no.
where-
Sorry, no, Mr. You're free to leave the meeting.
Oh,
Turn off.
okay, so it's done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members,
Thank you.
session.
Thank you.
Paul.
Mr. Smith, you can come. Mr. Smith, please state your full name.
Trevor Smith.
Thank you. Do you affirm that the evidence you are about to give at the hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Scheibel, so we're next dealing with the property at 865 Waverly Street, and you can proceed when you're ready.
865 Beverly. Yes. File number 22-4061. Business ID number 27861. It's Conzamainis, Grauman, Smith, Macmillan Inc., owner space. We assess business at $683,340 for leasable area 36,198 square feet. With rent rate include occupancy cost $18.88. Our base rent $16.38. We on income expense measure we can see lease provided to us. Area of 10,612 square feet. Rent for $13. area of 12,793 square feet, rented $21. So weight average $17.37 just reported to us, and we assess $16.38. It's fair. Let's look on property. It's on page number 2. I have air photo and street view. It's office building, suited of land area over 92,000 square feet. Gross floor area over 52,000 square feet, leasable around 47,000 square feet. On page number 3, I provided 6 rent comparables for same neighborhood, like subject property occupied neighborhood, Linden Woods. I provide 6 comparables very close. First 2 comparables, same neighborhood. We can see rent in 2015, over 27,000 square feet at $16.01. It should be upward adjustment for at least 6 years for time adjustment. Another rent on Waverly, same neighborhood, lease in 2015, 7,700 square feet at $15.50. Should be upward adjustment for time as well for 6 years before reference day. And I have another comparable number 3, very close neighborhood in Buffalo on Waverly Street, lease in 2018 for 4,000 square feet at $22. 4 comparables in Buffalo Place, lease in 2019, around 15.5 thousand square feet at $21.28. Another lease at 1150 Waverly in 2020 in February for 7,280 square feet at $70.50. Another lease in 1250 Waverly, lease in 2020 for over 3,000 square feet at $20. My 6 comparable showed $18.75. We assess $16.38. It's fair. On page number 4, lease income expense mailer provided to us. It's partially okay. First units 2 on second floor. It's showed owner occupy. Less rest of leases that I showed on my page number 1. 2 existing leases. So based on a comparable, the assessment fair and should be confirmed at $683,340. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Smith, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. For all 4 properties that we're looking at here today, just given workload at the city, is it fair to say that you haven't had opportunity to inspect any of these properties?
I have not inspected, but I can describe based off our records.
Okay, so looking at the subject property here, 865 Waverly. So we have 2 different premise areas. The 25,586 square feet, that is the 2nd and 3rd floor of the office building, correct?
Correct.
And that's owner occupied space, correct?
According to records, they showed lease. 1 second. Lease for first lease they showed for 10,612 square feet. They occupied basement and they showed lease $13 per square foot. Another lease 3rd floor occupation $12,793 square feet at $21. And they showed the 2nd floor owner occupied. If it's look on my page number 5. So subject business occupied 3 levels.
Okay, so looking at the second premise area, 10,612 square feet, that is the basement space in the property, correct?
According to records, yes.
Okay, and in looking at the lease comparables on, I guess it's page number 3 here, are any of these basement leases?
I
Basement
don't
space
have
leases?
basement leases, but Ovnen recorded $13 per square foot. On page
Okay,
number
and
5.
you're aware that the city is rather aware that the property ownership group and the tenancy are intermingled. They're one and the same. It's a non-arm's length.
We assess overall $16.38 for business.
Okay. So let's move into the comparables quickly then. So your above ground base rent, so for the second and third floors, is $17.35 a square foot. When I look at the comps, your first comparable 905 Waverly, so that's relatively close to the subject, very similar in terms of area, quite a new development as well, in fact, newer than the subject. The rent there is $16.01 a square foot. Would that not suggest that the base rent applied by the city would be too high?
They showed it was negotiation in 2015. It should be upward adjustment for time, 6 years upward adjustment. And our assessment, $16.38, just over $16 in 2015. For
And are you certain that-
2021, it's fair.
And are you certain that there are no step-ups in that lease?
It's what provided for us a 10 years lease.
Okay, so as of the valuation date, $16.01 per square foot is what the tenant is paying in that.
Reported to us,
Okay.
correct?
Second comparable 1345 Waverly Street. So this is a similar office property on the corner of Waverly and McGilvery on the southwest corner. Three-story suburban office. We have a lease there for $15.50 per square foot for, again, above grade space. That would be
Correct.
an indicator, would it not?
Was negotiation in 2015 for third floor occupancy and should be upward adjustment for time, 6 years time adjustment. It's $15.50 plus adjustment. It will be close to $16.38.
Okay, comparable number 3, 1080 Waverly Street. So the tenants in this property, and it's essentially a mall that faces Waverly. They're a hairdresser, a hockey store, a massage therapist, a decoration store. These are retail type of properties with retail build out for them, are they not?
It's a space occupied 4,000 square feet occupied in 2018. It's $22 per square foot, but we need to downward adjustment for space.
Okay, so that's 4,000 square feet, and the subject property is 25,000. So there'd be a dramatic shift there, would there not?
It will be still close to $16 per square foot, $16.40, what we assess.
Okay, number
Not
4,
lower.
1601 Buffalo Place. That is an owner-occupied property, Remax Professionals, correct?
We have reported net lease size 2019 for 15,580 square feet at $21.28.
Okay, has any investigation been done into the ownership of that particular property and the ownership of the tenant that is in the space?
It's a reported net lease for us.
Okay. And then just looking at number 6, 1250 Waverly, So that is medical office space on the corner of Waverly and McGilvery, correct?
It's a space occupied in 2020 for 7,000 square feet, very close to subject property reference date at $70.50.
Okay. Is the city aware that that particular property is a medical office building with various tenancies and built out as medical office?
But it's still office space.
It
And
is,
we
correct.
assess less, like $70.50. It's fair.
Okay. I did notice, and I think this is fair to say, in one of your, I think the next brief that we're looking at, there is a lease in the property immediately adjacent to this one, 895 Waverly, that is leased by KGS, the tenant here, in 2019 at a rate of $15.50 per square foot for over 13,000 square feet. Just wondering why that one wasn't included in this particular brief.
When we came across, I will be talk about. I don't know what you're talking about for now. I can see my sex comparables plus owner reported comparables on subject property.
So 13,000 square foot office lease in a property right next door would be somewhat more comparable than some of these smaller either owner occupied or medical office spaces, would it not?
No answer. I don't know
Okay,
which property you're talking
that's
about.
all right. Thank you very much. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rondo, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rondo. Mr. Moretsky, any questions?
Well, this is all office space here that we're looking at right now, correct?
Correct. If you open page number 2, it shows that it's office building built in 2000, 3-floor building.
And that premise ID 30750 is basement, correct?
Yes, because it's if you look on same subject property leases, same square footage, compared to basement, in their income expense mailer reported to us. I am talking about average area of 36,000 square feet, rent for $16.38 for 3 floors, for 3 levels together.
Three levels?
Yes.
So the first 2 levels then are 25.
Yes, you're right. It's upper floor, 25,000 upper floor. It's look like 10,000 because it's separated. We usually separate premise for upper floor and basement, or
Right,
from.
so there'd be 2 floors on the first line, premise ID
Correct.
2453, and then the basement 3750. Correct?
Yes, model generate $14 and they reported $13. It's close enough.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand everything here.
And average reported rent $17.37 altogether, and we $16.38.
Average reported rent $17.35, you said?
1737. It's subject lease information provided to us.
Mm-hmm. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, so looking at that, so you don't have any comparables for basement rent, but the model is indicating $14.03 base.
Correct.
And you've indicated that there's reported rent at $13. So the model's a little bit higher than what they're actually getting then. By $1.03, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's my only, I just wanted clarity. It was more that than a question. Okay, I have no further questions. Mr. Smith, you can go forward with your evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just want to clarify the income and expense issue. So all of the KGS space, so the property owner is one and the same as the owners of the KGS engineering firm. So the space that they occupy and report on, any of the information there is non-arm's length and is simply book rent. So that would include the basement space and the second and third floor space that they occupy. So when you're looking at the income and expense form, that is the case. If you look at the cover page of my brief, you can hopefully see that in the photo there, it indicates that the property is named KGS Place. So they're naming it after themselves. It was built by KGS for themselves back when the property was originally constructed. So let's delve into the brief here. First, I will point out that we did have this property under appeal for the 2023 realty, and we were able to arrive at an agreement with the city in that instance in reducing the overall realty assessment from over 10.8 million to basically $10 million. Moving on into the brief itself, there's a bit of a summary on page 3. You can see the breakdown on the per floor area. Just under 12,800 square feet per floor for the second and third floor. And then the basement space is built out for the subject property owner tenant for 10,612 square feet. Now, this is certainly not a usual circumstance in terms of having basement space built out, but this space is fully built out as office space for the property owner because they did need space to expand into. So property was built in 2000, and you can see the description of the finishes, etc., on my page number 3. As well as 4. I won't go through that. I'll simply point you to the photographs beginning on page 5. So a couple of exteriors. Then you can get into the interior space beginning on page 6. So they have a fairly standard build out as an office from its time frame. Hasn't been updated a lot, as you can see from the photos. So pretty standard drop T-bar, acoustic tile ceiling, industrial grade carpeting, etc. It's not particularly fancy, but certainly functional space. A lot of it is, pardon me, the central areas of the floor are built out as open plan, and some, but not all, of the exterior wall space has individual offices on it. I'd say roughly half to 2/3 of the space would be built out as individual offices along the exterior. Site description shown on page number 9. It's at the corner of Waverly and Wilkes on the southwest corner, as you can see. And the location shown on page number 10 in southwest Winnipeg, obviously. So let's move forward to the valuation itself, beginning on page 12. Again, we're looking at southwest Winnipeg, so it makes the most sense to look at comparables dominantly from that area. We do have a few that are from other areas as well, but what we're looking to provide is the best comparables available, both by location, size, age, attractiveness of the property, etc. So let's look at the comps that we have here. I would point you, I guess, in particular to comps 1, 3, 4, 10, and 11, those being the closest in proximity to the subject, as well as the most similar in size. So number 1, 1000 Waverly. We have a lease from 2018 over a 5-year term at $15 a square foot for just under 25,000 square feet. So if you look at the subject, very close in size in terms of the second and third floor. So that's $15 a square foot. This versus the city's asking of $17.35. That particular property is in quite close proximity to the subject and has been extensively renovated since 1966, obviously. And in particular prior to that tenant. Number 3, 895 Waverly. This is the lease that I was referring to that the city has in one of their further briefs here today. This is actually KGS themselves. They needed additional space that was not available in their building, as they have tenants in some of the space in much smaller spaces on longer term leases. So they leased space in property almost adjacent to the subject property. 895 Waverly there's a small strip mall in between these two properties, and then 895 Waverly is right there. Built in 1991, so quite new. 2019 lease for a full 13,000+ square feet at $15.50 a square foot. This is essentially a perfect comp. They don't get a lot better than this in terms of looking at comparability. The time frame is right, the size is right, the location is right, the age of the property, et cetera, et cetera. It's actually the same tenant and an arm's length lease as well. Number 4, 440 Dovercourt, similar area in the southwest, 2019 lease for office space of over 12,000 square feet at $13.50 a square foot. I would say that would not be as optimal a location as the one on Waverly, and is a bit differently laid out, and that might contribute to the slightly lower rent there at $13.50. Number 10, 1150 Waverly. This is also office space, 2020 lease for 10 years for considerably smaller space at 7,280 square feet. 280 square feet at a rate of $17.50 per square foot. And then finally, number 11, 895 Waverly. Same property we mentioned earlier, $16 per square foot for rent lease space of just over roughly 3,700 square feet, 3,703 square feet, 2019 lease for 4+ years. So if you look at those in particular, and we can look at the remainder if you wish, but I would guide you to those. The 1550 that we've applied to the second and third floors is certainly very well supported by the market evidence. Moving beyond that, looking at basement space and the very, very few available leases that are out there. We have provided you with comps on this front on page number 13. You can see the rental rate ranges there from a low of $650 per square foot up to a high of $9 per square foot. Now, these obviously vary in location from similar areas on Buffalo. We have Pembina Highway, some Provencher space, and then one on Ness, also in an office building. So these are all office space and all located in the basement. If you look at the size of them, we're looking at a maximum of just under 3,000 square feet, with the majority of them being in that under 1,000 to just over 1,000 square feet. Typically, you don't get a lot of leases in basement space for obvious reasons. And if you do, often there's storage. And if not, if they are actual office space, as similar to these, the rents are very reflective of the attractiveness of that space. So under $9 or under per square foot is what has been charged for these. Now, our case is a little bit different. They have 10,000+ square feet. They own the building. It is built out as full office essentially. So we have applied a rate of $10 per square foot. So we're above the rate that the market is showing us for smaller space. But the space is, again, built out for the needs of the particular property owner. So we've attributed slightly greater rent to it. The photos and location are shown on the following pages for certainly a number of these comps for you to look at. The market stats are there on page 18. You can see Class C suburban is being shown by Cushman Wakefield at $13.08 a square foot for an average $14.18 a square foot for Class B on average, both of these being well under the city of Winnipeg's ask of $17.35 per square foot. Equally, Capital Commercial shows Class B suburban at $14.47 per square foot on average. Now, we've applied $15.50 to the second and third floor and $10 to the basement space, as you can see at the bottom of page 18. Adding the expenses, which we don't have in dispute, gives us a final ARV rounded of $593,200 as summarized on page 20. That is my presentation. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Shaibo?
Yes, let's open page 12 of agent brief. The subject property built in 2000 and your comparable much older building, correct?
Are we looking at one in particular, or?
For example, your first comparable built in 1966, it's very old compared to 2000. Comparable number 2 built in 1971.
Do you want me to comment on that particular one, or?
But let's look on comparable.
No, Mr. Shaibo. Excuse me.
Okay,
Mr.
your comparable's much older building.
Mr. Shaibo, if you
Yes.
ask a question, let Mr. Smith answer it.
Okay,
Okay, you ask the question, he was trying to answer and you cut him off. Okay? So if you ask questions, give him the courtesy of answering it.
okay.
Okay, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with regard to 1000 Waverly, yes, it was originally built in 1966. And as I stated in my presentation, it's been extensively renovated and updated since that time frame. So it's not that you're looking at a 1966 building inside versus a 2000 building.
Your comparable number 7 and 9 recently built in their rent between $8 and $19, correct?
Yes, by recent, I mean in the 2015 range. I wasn't able to confirm the date of construction of that particular property. And it is a modern flex warehouse building that has largely retail type uses, but this was an office space.
Your negotiation for realty was only by adjustment larger office space and basement area to reflect market rent, correct?
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that. I didn't catch it.
Your negotiation for property was based of an adjustment larger office space and basement space to reflect market, correct?
I'm not commenting on the specific specifics of the agreement that we struck, as it was struck based on value rather than any specific parameters. I was not aware of what the city used to arrive at that particular number, so no, I wouldn't agree with that. It was an agreement based on the final value.
final value, but I talked with my colleagues, average rent $17.52 was
No rent was
reduced
discussed in
to
the,
$16.23.
okay, no rent was discussed in the arriving at that particular agreement. So whether the city used 1750 and changed other parameters is not relevant, as that was not what I agreed to. I agreed to the final valuation.
You started first. Okay. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rondo, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Moreski, any questions?
On your photos here, I guess starting with, well, I guess page 6. Are any of these photos showing, are any of these photos in the basement?
Yes, in fact, number 7 is in the basement, or sorry, page number 7, the bottom of that page, that photo is taken from the basement. I think that might be the only one that's showing the particular basement in here.
And that is the extent of the whole building, what we're seeing there, the wall to wall, that's the extent of the whole building in the basement?
Essentially, yes, they occupy the basement space. There aren't any other tenancies that are down there.
Would you agree that the finish looks pretty, at very least, average quality?
Yeah, I would agree that it would be average, certainly.
So when you're with your basement comparisons, would that be the same in general on your comparisons? Would that be the same quality in the basement as the subject property?
Well, and this certainly gets challenging in that I don't always get the opportunity to walk through each and every one of my comparables in looking at the quality of them. Certainly, I know what the buildings are, and if we look at them, the buildings are certainly comparable. Buffalo 1700 Ness is a former MTS office building on the corner of Ness and Route 90 there. I don't know what that particular space looks like in the basement. What I would point you to, I think, in reference to these basement leases in particular, is the size of them. So again, we're looking at 10,000 plus square feet. And in these comps, we're looking at dominantly 1,000 square feet or under. So you're going to generally get a higher market rent for a considerably smaller space such as that, apples to apples.
So these are all smaller spaces. Your comparisons 1 to 6, quite a bit smaller. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's what we were able to obtain from the market. Again, it's relatively rare to have basement space leased out.
So I'm not sure, if that would be the same quality of office that the subject property has, since the subject property has a much greater area.
Well,
how would you answer that concern?
I would, I certainly hear your concern, and the intent is not to, present space that is inferior or superior, etc. We're presenting the market information that is available. So again, if we look at these comparables, I can certainly address 3 of them. So if we look at 1700 Ness Avenue, again, that is the former MTS office building. It's not MTS now, it's a multi-tenant building on the corner of Ness and Route 90, built in 1990, so not a lot different in terms of age than the subject. Again, I have not seen the space in there, but I know that the above grade space is certainly quality space. 185 Provencher, well, built in 1974. This is at the corner of Taché and Provencher. Certainly one of your panel members is probably more familiar than I am with this particular property, but it's a quality office building with some main floor quasi retail space. It has underground parking available to it. Certainly it will have seen upgrades over time. I cannot tell you what those basement spaces look like inside, but I don't imagine they would be a lot different than the subject.
All right.
And again, I would point out that the city has no evidence whatsoever with regard to basement tenancies and market rents. So I've gone above the rental rate range that we're seeing here to account for any discrepancy in quality and location, etc., at $10 per square foot. And if you look at the market evidence with regard to average rental rates, and if you look at, obviously we're not going to have basement space being shown here, but if you look at Class C suburban, $13.08 a square foot. Class B being 14 plus. Now put that in the basement, and what will your rent be? It will be considerably less. Take out any window space, visibility. It's just basement space will always rent for less than above grade space by a significant factor.
Yeah, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't have any further questions either, so we can now proceed with the next matter.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we take a short break. My battery's about to go dead and I don't have a charger here.
Okay, I think you should get a charger. We'll take a couple of minutes for you. Thank you. Okay, we're ready to proceed now with our next property, which is the property at 280 William Avenue. Ms. Scheibel, when you're ready, you can proceed.
File number 22-4069, business ID number 29839. Owner is Heartland International English School. We assess annual rental value of business $199,020 for area leasable area 14,400 square feet with overall rents that include occupancy cost $13.82. Our overall $11.32. The subject property, look on page number 2. It's office building, 2-floor office building with basement, occupied single tenants, owner occupied building, air photo and street view. I provide rent comparable specific for Exchange Street where subject property located. My first comparables 180 Main Street, building built in 1949, has also 2-story, rent for 38,874 square feet at $12. Second comparables 155 4th Street, units B, built in 1922, leased in 2007, 4.6 thousand square feet at $12.30. Third comparables 268 4th Street, rent in 2017, 7,000 square feet at $11.36. Comparable number 4, 291 Gary Street, rent in 2012 for 6.3 thousand square feet at $13.33. Comparable number 5, 165 Gary Street, units A, built 1948, property lease in 2017 for 2,000 square feet at $11.29. 6 comparables 183 Kennedy, building 1985, rent in 2020 for 6.2 thousand square feet at $14.52. Comparable number 7, 275 Notre Dame Avenue, Rent in 2020 for 4,320 square feet at $17.50. In my 8 comparable 65 Rory Street, units 100, building built in 1928, 3-floor building. Lease in 2018 for 7,411 square feet at $16. My SEC comparables give mean of $13.52 and media of $12.73. We assess subject property for 3 levels with 2-floor, upper floor and basement, $11.32 together. On page number 4, income expense mailer support provided to us, its owner occupies space. So based of comparables, assessment in fair, it should be confirmed and $199,020. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Smith, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple, yes. So looking at the leasable area of the subject property, in the 2023 realty appeal that we had for this property, we provided the architectural drawings to the city, and with regard to the amount of space, which is lower than what the city has here and in the realty. Just wondering why that area was not adjusted.
Because it's a single tenant owner occupied building, we don't shopping space. Leasable area and gross area equal.
Okay, so looking at the above grade space, so that would be the 9,600 square feet, correct?
Correct.
And the 4,800 second premise area is basement space, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so above grade space, so in other words, each floor is 4,800 square feet, according to the city, correct?
Correct.
The actual site area of the property, so the entire site area of the property is 4,754 square feet, which is smaller than the floor plate that the city is showing for the property. Would that not indicate that these areas are incorrect?
Sometimes we have encroachment. I didn't look into it. Okay. Why it's different area on sidewalk.
Okay, moving on, looking at the comparables on page number 3, I guess it is. So numbers 1 through 6, 183 Kennedy. So yes, numbers 1 through 6, each of these properties would be in the main office component of downtown, that being Portage Avenue being the boundary on the north and Main Street on the east, correct? So in the
correct
office there?
Correct.
Okay.
Subject property Exchange District and my comparable South Portage, but it's close to Exchange District. Exchange District showed comparable numbers 7 and 8, rent between $16 and $17.50.
Okay, so 275 Notre Dame Avenue. This is an interesting one, and I can't, not having had access to the detail behind it. There's a building that is very similar to this immediately across the road, and I know that they were doing deals in there in the COVID timeframe, so 2020, same as this. At $0 net rent, simply to cover their operating expenses. Would this $17.50 be a gross rental rate?
No, it's net rent provided to us. 1 floor occupied in 2020. It's close to subject property, 4,320 square feet. They reported net rent $17.50.
Okay, so my follow-up question then would be, if you were a tenant on the marketplace and you had 2 similar properties side by side, is it logical that you would pay $17.50 net in one building and $0 in the adjacent building, and you would locate in the more expensive property?
No answer. I don't know what you're talking
Okay.
about.
And then number 865 Rory Street. So this is the property. It's a brick and beam. Well, it's a historical warehouse that has been for many years been developed into a traditional office space, correct, at the corner of Bannatyne and Rory?
Yes, it's main floor units 100, building built original 1928. They have 7,411 square feet. At $16 per square foot was negotiation in 2018.
Okay, and that building has elevators, correct? And has been recently renovated? And
It's units located on main floor, elevators not involved, and it's $16 per square foot negotiation.
so that would be on in the East Exchange versus the subject property, which is essentially adjacent to us here behind City Hall.
It's same neighborhood, exchange district, correct?
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rondo, any questions?
I've only got one. Do any of your comparables have parking?
We assess rent for space. We don't assess parking spot.
No further questions.
Mr. Mareski, any questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. The first question is, I noticed that you have two locations. You have, I guess the upper floor is the 1501, is the $394 for basement rent?
Correct.
Okay, and do any of your comparables have basement rent in them?
No.
So you're basically then comparing basement rent on one with upper floor rents in your comparables.
Yes, upper floor it's $15 per square foot. In my yes.
And your comparables basically would show upper floors, if you take the median, $1,273. Correct?
So my overall $11.32 for whole building, our assessment.
Yeah, but I know, but I'm looking at the upper floors. You've got 1501 on your upper floors, and your comparables don't substantiate that.
My comparable 7 and 8 in same neighborhood, very close to subject property, rent between $16 and $17.50. And we assess upper floor $15 per square foot. It's fair.
Okay, you answered my question. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Smith, you can provide your evidence now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will start on in my addenda. I guess it's shown as page A-6 in my evidence. I'm not sure what number that corresponds to in the PDF that you have, but it will say A-6 at the bottom. It's immediately following the floor plans for the building. So this property I was representing for the 2023 realty appeal. So this has already been decided. I've given you the board order there. It shows that it was based on the evidence presented by the applicants. I then give you the front page of my brief and the workup, which indicates that we were using $10.75 per square foot for all of the space in the building on an average basis. So $10.75 was the rental rate that was used. It's the same rent that we're using today. Our evidence remains the same in what's being presented. Nothing has been changed. Looking at the second aspect there to take into account in that decision, they do indicate that it is based on the evidence presented by the applicant. So part of the evidence that I presented is that the area that the city is using for the leasable area of the property is incorrect. To start with, The site area of the property is 4,754 square feet. You can't have a floor plate of 4,800 square feet on a smaller sized lot. It doesn't encroach onto any additional space, etc. That's quite clear that that is an error. Now, in addition to that, we've provided the actual floor plans for the building. Again, in the addenda on page A-5, and all the measurements are there for you to see. We went through this and determined that the actual leasable areas are as shown on page number 3, that being 4,487 square feet per floor. Now, that is before any actual deductions as per BOMA, such as vertical penetrations, etc. We've made no adjustments for that. We're using the entire floor space of the building as shown by the architectural drawings that were sent into the city. So that is the actual rentable area, that being 4,487 per floor, and we've used, so that comes to a total of 13,461 square feet, including the basement space. So let's get into the brief a little bit. We're dealing with a significantly older property here, built in 1924. It's zone C for character, and it is located, as I said, essentially adjacent to where we are here at City Hall, on the corner of William and I am going to forget the cross street at the moment, but we're all aware of where it is. Looking at the photos beginning on page 4, we have 2 of the property here from the exterior. It fills the entire lot. There is no parking on site. They don't have adjacent parking lots either. Not that that would impact what we're looking at, but there is no parking for this building. Now, that is not the norm for an office space. If you look at many of the city comps and many of my comps, they will have parking available to their tenants. That's not the case in this particular property. Looking at, again, the photos, you can see that this property has been renovated. It is owner occupied, and they are a language school, so they have built it out for their own particular uses in as cost-effective a way as they can. You can see the open classroom spaces, some fairly wide open office space as shown on the bottom of page 5, and then the basement space and the entry to it being shown on page 6. So again, no elevator here, and the office space, or rather the basement space, is built out as shown on page number 7. So you get a good sense of what we're looking at here. Building improvements as shown on page number 8. We go through a bit of the description for the property, but again, it is an older building that has been converted into this use. Again, we provided those architectural plans for both the panel and the city. And we base our valuation on that. Clearly, there's not going to be more space than is shown on the architectural plans. Site is shown on page 9. Again, you can see that it fills the site area. And the location, as we've already described, is on page 10. Moving on to the comps. These are the exact same comps that I used for the subject property. In the realty appeal, you can see that we tried to use properties that are A, in the exchange area, and B, of a similar vintage, similar size, etc. So I'm not going to run through these one by one. I am happy to answer questions on them. Many of these are on the east side of Maine, so in the East Exchange. The East Exchange generally being generally being somewhat of a higher grade. Typically, you're going to get greater rental rates in the East Exchange for a building versus being in the West Exchange. So let's look at the 12 comps that we've provided here. They range in value from a low of $7 per square foot, many of them under 10 there in that $10 per square foot range, up to a high of $11 per square foot. Now, what do you get for $11 per square foot? Well, I have a lease here at number 1 Lombard, being one of our Class A buildings from 2016, $11 per square foot for 22 plus thousand square feet on a 5-year term. Obviously, we're all familiar with that building. 167 Lombard being the grain exchange, which we're also all familiar with. We have a 2021 lease there for 10 years for over 7,000 square feet at a rate of $9 per square foot. I can run through many of them here. I'll point out perhaps number 6, 115 Bannatyne, again, East Exchange, built in 1925, 2018 lease at $7 per square foot for over 12,000 square feet. Now, the rent that we've applied to the subject, and we're taking into account that it has been renovated by the owner for their use, is $10.75 per square foot for all of the space overall, as an overall average. I didn't break it out in this case into above grade versus below grade. I've provided you with the same basement office comps as I did in the first property, and the same information with regard to market averages as quoted by the main commercial brokerages. So you have Cushman Wakefield indicating Class C Central Business District market rent average of $11.68 a square foot. Now, that's not going to be typical for a 1924 building that has no on-site parking. Equally, we have Capital Commercial indicating $12.91 per square foot. So all of those things taken into account, we've applied a rate of $10.75 per square foot to the entire leasable area of 13,461 square feet. Again, this was the same information, and the decision at the 2023 realty was based on our valuation. Adding in the expenses to that, we come to a final rounded ARV of $178,360. And that is my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Michelle, any questions?
Yes. Have you inspected the property?
I have.
You state that subject property doesn't have elevator, correct?
Can I get you to repeat that, please?
You state that subject property doesn't have elevator.
It does actually have an elevator. I was reading my description and I misspoke clearly. It does actually have an elevator.
It's clearly showed on your page 17, elevator from basement to the second floor.
Yeah, and I am correcting myself there.
No further questions.
Mr. Brineski, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rondo, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, and I don't have any questions either, so we can proceed with the next item on our agenda, which is the property at 3965 Portage Avenue.
File number 22-4078, business ID 29018. It's Birchwood Automobile Group, Inc. We assess business at annual rental value of $172,380. Total area of 9.7 thousand square feet. And overall rent per square foot, $17.77. That include occupancy cost. Our real base rent for assessment, $15.27. On page number 2, it's office building located on parking space of 51, on parking size, parcel size 51,062 square feet, with gross area, leasable area 12,000 square feet, original built in 1999, 2-floor buildings. My comparables on page number 3, I present 12 comparables. My first comparables, 170 Ellis Avenue. It's building built in 1956. I have comparables first lease in 2010 for 744.5 thousand square feet at $12.50. In 2013, a lease for $13.50. My comparables number 3 on St. James, lease building in 1991. Lease in 2019, over 80,000 square feet at $17 per square foot. My comparables number 4 on Waverly, building same 1991, lease in 2019, over 13,000 square feet at $15.50. Comparable number 5 on Terrell Avenue, units 100, building built in 2008, lease start in 2018, over 10,000 square feet at $17.25. Another lease on Taylor Avenue, building built in 1976, lease in 2019 for over 18,000 square feet at $16.75. Comparable number 7 on Pembina Highway, first building 1977, lease in 2015, over 15,000 square feet at $15. Comparable number 8, another building on Pembina, second floor, for 2018 at $17. Comparable number 9, same on Pembina, building in 2005, lease in 2020, 15,000 square feet at $17.92. Comparable number 10 and 11 on Taylor Avenue, first on main floor, units 103, lease in 2020 for 12,575 square feet at $20. Comparable number 11, same building, lease on second floor for 14,628 square feet at $17.10. In my last comparable number 12 of Well Street, lease in 2019, over 13,000 square feet and $19.34. My 12 comparables showed media $16.57 and media $17 per square foot. On following page, we can see income expense mailer provided for us. It's owner occupied space. What here? No. So our assessment for business, $172,380. It's fair and should be confirmed. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Smith, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in looking at your first page here, the base rent for ARV for 9,700 square feet is $15.27 per square foot. And then I flip forward to page 5, and same area, your base rent is $14.68 per square foot. Just wondering what the discrepancy there is.
Okay, yes, I see why I put this. I did step outside our model and apply all parameters, and it showed that our average base rent $14.68, and our overall rent we need to summarize $14.68 and our occupancy cost $2.15. It will be 1 second. 1468 plus 250. It will be $17.80.
I'm sorry, the base rent is $17.80?
Base rent $14.68 and overall rent $17.80. And we have assessed value 172,380 square feet. Something discrepancy with our records. I didn't have time to fix it.
Oh,
That's why
that's fine.
I posted outside my estimation.
That's fine. So when I look at, again, looking at page 5 there, so 1468 is the rent, giving you $142,396. And then you have a different area of 12,000 square feet that the
Oh, I see.
expenses are
Yes,
applied to.
yes, thank you. Could you please cross page number 5? It doesn't make sense. I just
Okay.
sorry. One moment. No, it's correct.
Well, it can't be.
It's not correct.
Assessing
It's not correct.
9,700
It's not
square feet.
correct. Yeah, I try to do for whole building because subject business don't occupy all space, but it's wrong estimation. We will stay with my first page. Overall rent $17.77 and base $15.27. Thank you. Cross page number 5. Don't look into.
Okay. So looking at page number 3 then in the rental comparable. So the subject property, you would agree, I'm sure it is located to the west of the perimeter highway, correct?
It's on Portridge, yeah, facing Portridge.
But west of the perimeter highway, correct?
Correct.
So when I look at the comparables that are in here, would it be fair to say that these are certainly more centrally located?
Portridge, it's Portridge Highway. It's our major road. It's very well suited building. My search for comparables for bigger office space. You can see lowest comparables number 2, less as 4,000 square feet, and biggest 18,000 square feet. I was looking for big area.
Okay, so let me rephrase my questions then. Is it, and I would have the same issue, is it fair to say that it would be difficult to locate market rental comparables in a similar, for office space, in a similar peripheral location?
Our comparables usually downtown and suburban. All my 12 comparables suburban area. In our estimation, our analysis showed that suburban rent different with downtown.
Okay, so in looking at the comps then, there's quite numbers 4 through 12, or rather 4 through 11, I guess, are all concentrated in the southwest of the city.
You can see that's why I keep a neighborhood. It's St. James Industrial Area, Worsley, Lindenwood, South River Highway, Abbey, Networth, South River Highway, Minta. That's why it's a range of comparables for different suburban neighborhood. And my media $17 per square foot, and we apply less as $16 per square foot. It's fair for big space.
In looking at comparables number 5 and 6, those would be those flex spaces that were developed on the west side of Taylor Avenue, correct? In and around Waverly?
Yes, it's a comparable number 5. It's built in 2008, and comparable number 6 on Taylor built in 1976. And it's 2 different buildings.
Okay.
The rent facing Taylor showed $16.75 and $17.25 for
Okay.
similar space like subject property.
And comparables 7, 8, and 9. These are all those 2 or 3 office, I guess it's 3 office buildings that are located on the east side of Pembina Highway, heading north just after the underpass, so kind of right at Taylor and Pembina essentially, but on the east side. Is that correct?
Correct. And you can see it's 3 different buildings, different age. Comparable number 7 built in 1977. It's only 1 floor building. That's why I provide comparable number 8 and 9 2-floor building, and my comparable number 8 second floor of 14,000 square feet. They rent at $17.
Okay, and then 1345 Taylor, the number 10 and 11. So that would be the just south of Waverly on the east side of Taylor. It's the Asante building, is that correct?
Correct. And these comparables, like subject property, built two-floor building was built in 1999. In my comparables for main floor, they rent for $20 per square foot, and second floor of 14,000 square feet, they rent for $17.10. So the
Okay.
difference between main and second floor, yes, it exists. But it's same age of building and close square footage.
And 1345 Taylor, would you agree that that property was built by Asante, a high-end financial advisory firm for their own use and occupancy, and the finishes, etc., reflect that?
That's why it's rent for $20 and we assess only $15.27.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Moreski, any questions?
I do not have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Laurando, any questions?
I do not, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay. You know, Ms. Scheibel, I'm just thinking of the page 5, the page you asked us to disregard.
Yeah,
wondering
just
where the
disregard. I did mistake.
I'm just asking you, where did the 1468 come from on it?
It's just a disregard this.
Can you tell me where the $14.68 came from?
I just use a wrong area because I realized this building has owner occupied plus tenants. It's two tenants inside.
Yeah,
And
but it's where you got the number.
it's not correct in first place. Just
No,
disregard.
Yeah, I just wondering, where did you get the number 1468 from, though?
Just disregard this page. It's completely wrong page.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question then. I asked you where the number came from.
It's no answer. We don't look on this page. I make mistake in
So
first
you're not going to
place.
answer my question. So
If it will be, if I will do right, I will be put occupancy, not 12,900, 9,700 like subject property. So this rent $14.68 will be changed to what exists right now, $15.27.
I have no further questions. Thank you. Mr. Smith, you can go forward with your evidence.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll just direct you to the very last page of the brief here. Again, this is the 2023 realty appeal for the subject property. I was able to reach 15-1 agreement with the city, lowering the value from $2,662,000 to $2,250,000. That wasn't based on any particular parameters as such. It was a final value that we arrived at. The subject property, we can flip back to the beginning here. Subject property is the office building for the Birchwood Automotive Group. It's located in the Point West Automotive Center, where all of the dealerships are. Point West Auto Park. And if you flip forward to page number 3, You can see a bit of background on the property. So 2023 realty, you can see the reduction there by agreement. And I've also included the 2020 business assessment reduced from $160,620 down to $145,020. Now, our final ARV for the subject property that we have arrived at for 2023 is $160,050. Property was built in 1999. It is suburban office and is zoned C3, although there are special requirements on that. And for the subject occupancy, we have 9,700 square feet. The building is actually slightly larger than that in that the property owner has a number of other businesses that occupy smaller portions of the building that are also present in there. It's in the 12,000 square foot range. We have a cover photo of the property giving you the exterior view. There is an elevator in the property. We can get into the photos on page 4, 2 of the exterior, or 3 rather. It does not actually have all of that parking space as shown at the top of page 5. That is an adjacent property. Bottom of page 5 is the reception on the second floor. And then we get into the individual spaces. So some individual offices, some boardroom / presentation / classroom spaces, some open office area shown. It is largely of the vintage that it was developed in. They have done some minor upgrading here and there over time, but it has not been fully redeveloped, etc. So description of the improvements is shown on page number 8, as well as the building details. Flipping forward to page 9, I'm not going to go through this in any detail, and I think I've presented this to each of you gentlemen with regard to additional costs that a tenant would face in the Point West Auto Park. There is an infrastructure component that the property owners and therefore the tenants are responsible for paying for, that being the repair and maintenance on an annual basis and the future repair and replacement of all of the infrastructure components of the auto park. Now that is specific to this particular development. It is an agreement between the city of Winnipeg and the original developer, which is Birchwood, that they would be responsible for putting in place all of the infrastructure for the park, that being roadways, drainage, lighting, all of those standard infrastructure components that you have in a normal city setting. They would be responsible for both building those out in the first place and the ongoing repair, replacement, and maintenance of those in the long term. So those costs are borne by the owners and therefore the tenants in this location that you would not face in other locations. You do not have to repair and or replace Portage Avenue if you're located right on Portage Avenue or McPhillip Street, or the lighting or the infrastructure, etc. That's above and beyond these other locations. So for that reason alone, there is an impact on rental rate that a potential tenant would be willing to pay for this location in comparison to a apples to apples location on a normal city street, because they won't face those costs. So they would be paying more if they paid the same rent in this location. Zoning for the subject property and all of the auto park is limited to automotive sales and service essentially, and of course for the office building support services for that particular use. The site is shown on page number 11. And indeed, that parking area does form part of the property by mistake, as shown on page 11. And the location is shown on page number 12. Now, the city's comps, as well as my comps, are going to be distributed throughout the city, but generally they're going to be located in certainly more central areas, areas that would be on your standard route to work and or back, on major thoroughfares such as McPhillips, Regent Avenue, Portage Avenue, Pembina Highway, things of that nature. The subject property is located in the Point West Auto Park on the extreme west side of the city, to the west of the Perimeter Highway, north of Portage Avenue. So what do you have in that location? You have the auto park, you have the Iceplex, you have Assiniboia Downs, and you have some nominal development of some industrial buildings happening to the west of there. There is no supportive housing, supportive retail, anything of that nature. It's essentially greenfield beyond this. If you look at the comparables locations, both the cities as well as mine, they will be much more centrally located and easier for you as a tenant to get to, as well as your employees to get to, etc. Obviously, that would have an impact on both demand and what one would be willing to pay in rent for such a location. So I have applied a net rental rate of $14 per square foot. I actually increased this by 50 cents per square foot over my initial valuation of the property for the 2023 realty, taking into account the build out of the property. Essentially, it's a quality structure. It's nice enough inside, probably marginally above average, average to slightly above average, but not in any sense having been recently redone or in need of a premium rent that is being applied to it. The comparables that I provided, bottom of page, or rather on the chart on page 14, are the best comparables that we could find in comparison to the subject property. Now, we've already discussed 895 Waverly. This is KGS in an arm's length tenancy in an excellent building on Waverly, $15.50 per square foot in a long-term lease from 2019 for 13,000 square feet. So slightly larger than the subject, but certainly superior. 440 Dovercourt again, excellent location, quality build out, $13.50 for again, little over 12,000 square feet. And going down the scale, we have 131 Provencher, 2016 lease for, again, significant amount of space, over 10,000 square feet, $14.12 a square foot. That is a little bit dated. I will also point it to number 4, 1700 Ellis. And I misspoke earlier. 1700 Ellis is actually the former MTS building, not 1700 Ness. 1700 Ellis, very well located, corner of Ellis and Route 90. Certainly updated since 1956 and since sale by MTS. We have a lease there for 7,500 plus square feet in the 2021 year or 5 years at a rate of $12.50 a square foot. Now that is, it's in the Polo Park area, but it is on Route 90, so it's a bit separate from that retail piece. It is a little, certainly it's well located with regard to access, etc., but a bit of a lower profile location than some of the other properties on Waverly, etc., or Corridon, etc. But it is a 2021 lease, and again, of a significant size. The other ones are a bit smaller, They range between $14 and $15 a square foot. 1700 Corridon is a very well located, long-standing retail mall that has a separate building that is office space. This is an office lease in that separate building at $15 per square foot, right in the heart of River Heights. You have the photos and location maps of these following that, and I have given you the same market stats on page 22, giving you the class C and B suburban stats, class B basically being 14 plus per square foot on average. Now, look at those rental rates on average, 1418 and 1447. And let's compare them to the subject property. It's in a very non-standard office location in an auto park. Does it suit the subject owner? It does. Who would your potential tenants be for a space such as that in the auto park that would meet the zoning requirements of servicing auto uses? Extremely few, I would suggest. The peripheral location would also lead to very low demand for over 9,000 square feet of office space. You also have the impact of the additional costs of the infrastructure component that would drive down what an educated tenant would be willing to pay in relation to that spot in comparison to the same building in a better location. So we've applied $14 per square foot to the leasable area of 9,700 square feet. Adding the expenses to this, we come to a final ARV of $160,050 per square foot rounded. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle, any questions?
Yes, please. On page number 14, your first comparables on Waverly, it's $15.50 for 13,000 square feet. By economic of scale, if we will reduce rent, area would be reduced to 10,000 square feet. This rent will be higher, correct?
No, that's incorrect. This building, or this property rather, is superior and in a superior location than the subject property. Additionally, the tenant is KGS, who was under the gun in needing space as close as possible to their home office and paid perhaps a slight premium for that space.
But your comparable number 1, number 5, and 7 over $15 per square foot very well support assessed model generated rent, correct?
I'm sorry, I had trouble following that. Could I ask you to repeat it?
Your comparable number 1, 5, and 7 over $15 per square foot very well support our model generated base rent, correct?
I would disagree with that.
No further questions.
Mr. Lorando, do you have any questions?
None, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lorando. Mr. Moreski, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. I guess the only question I have is you've asked us to make a finding of a total of $160,050, and that's not divisible by 12.
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't actually have that formula that the city uses to break down is it just divisible by 12? Is that all it is?
The business tax has to be divisible by 12 and end 0.
And then 0 as well. Yeah.
I apologize. I'm happy for you to make any.
Okay. Okay, that's my only question. So thank you. We'll proceed with our next matter.
You might want to close that curtain behind you.
Me?
Yeah, nice sunshine.
I need the light. Oh, wow, look at that.
I wish I had some of that.
I could use some of that
Yeah.
here.
Yes, please. Share it.
You know, I don't think I can, unfortunately. I think my blinds are going to blind you. You know, I'll do a full, move my
Oh,
phone.
yes.
Ready.
I'll sit a different direction and try to keep you out of that.
It's like a strobe light.
Let's move.
Yeah, no, it's good, isn't it? Here, is that
Oh, nice.
okay?
There you go.
I'm just sitting in a different spot now. Okay, we're good now.
We want to be able to see you.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so I think this brings us to the very last matter on our agenda today, which is 385 St. Mary Avenue. And Ms. Scheibe, when you're ready to proceed.
File number 22-4067, business ID number 39466. It's Republican Architecture Inc. We assess business at annual rental value at $185,400 for an area of 9,390 square feet. Our overall rent that include occupancy cost $19.74. All space base rent $17.24. It's office building, owner occupied. It's a one and two story building. Original built in 1958 with addition 2010. With leasable area 9,391 square feet. Let's look on page number 2. It's air photos and street view of subject property, 2-floor building. On page number 3, I provide rent comparable for office space, what exist in our portfolio between 2021-2018 rent. It's 89 comparables. They showed it's a total area of 292,310 square feet with average rent $16 per square foot, and our media of 89 comparables, $15 per square foot. I did filter it, these 89 comparables to 6 by looking closest lease started close to subject reference day April 1st, 2021, and close and bigger square footage over 5,000 square feet. Because our premises close to 5,000 square feet, you can see that comparables to 25 Wimmerland lease started in 2020 for over 7,000 square feet at $21.50. Comparable on Caridon, 3rd floor, lease started 2020 over 8,000 square feet at $22.50. Comparable on Waverly Street, 1150, lease started 2020, 7.2 thousand square feet at $17.50. Comparable on Buffalo, lease started 2009 at 6,000 square feet at $22. Comparable on Caridon, units free, 7,464 square feet at $20.25. In last comparable Taylor, lease start 2018, 5,750 square feet and $19.50. We assess $17.24. It's fair. On page number 6, income expense mail provided for us. It's owner occupied space. We can see renovation happen on this property. My first permit showed renovation in 2017, then include 2,180,000 declaration value include for renovation. And another premise renovation 2017 declared value, declared construction value of 550,000. So in 2017, it's over close to 2 million, 1.6 million in renovation, one capital investment. So based of my comparables, the assessment in fair and should be confirmed at $185,400. Thank you. Any questions?
Mr. Smith, any questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just looking at the premise area here. So and I guess in relation to information that I provided to the city in the realty appeal. So the premise area you're showing is 4695. That's for the first and the second floor of the property, I gather, correct?
Correct. It's if you look on page number, income expense mailer provided for us, it's total leasable area on page number, what number? I don't know. I don't see it. On page number 6, they reported 9,312 square feet. We assess 9,319 square feet.
So, and I'm aware that you weren't the assessor in charge of the property for the realty, but is the city, I'm assuming, is aware that I provided the architectural floor plans for the building in the realty decision, and that some of that space of 9390 is actually basement space?
Subject property, it's a 2-floor building with basement. Its owner, single tenants occupied, and we use all square footage.
Okay.
On shopping space, it's not multi-tenants building.
Yeah. So moving and the subject property, does it have an elevator?
I don't know. I have to check 1 second in our records. 100. Be with me, it's opening. Technology. Can we proceed with another interview? We came back to this question about elevator. It's still opening this document.
Okay, so I'll move on here. So the subject property, it would be fair to say this is located in the central business district of the city. It's a downtown office.
St. Mary Avenue, correct?
Okay. And the rent comparables that I'm looking at here, and I guess there's 95 of them in total. These are all suburban office comparables, correct?
It's, yes, suburban office comparables, correct, or our portfolio for 3 years.
So
reference date.
None of these comparables would be located in the downtown office area then, is that fair?
It's office building, yes. My record cost report open, this building doesn't have elevator.
Okay, thank you. So each of these comparables I see is classified as OFS, and then it looks like the subject is also classified as OFS. What would OFS be? Is that suburban office?
It's office space.
But OFS is suburban office space, is it not?
It can be in downtown as well, but it's office space, and I provide 89 comparables.
Okay, but so it's fair to say, again, I think I already asked that question. None of them are downtown. Let's given some of the build out of the building. I do have one question. So there was a lease in your brief for 280 William Avenue that was located almost immediately around the corner from the subject property. It's a 2-story office building on 183 Kennedy, and you had a 2020 lease there for 6,200 square feet at $14.52 a square foot for property built in 1985. And it is roughly, I'm gonna say a block and a half from the subject. Would that not be a good comparable for the subject?
Subject property was fully renovated in 2017, was involved 2.7 million renovation of, so comparables on Kennedy, it's old building, don't involve so much renovation. So our assessment at $17.24, it's fair.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rondo, any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Moreski, any questions?
Now page 3, or your 89 comparables. Number 5, Donald, is that downtown?
No.
Sorry, what was the answer?
I don't. His comparable number 5, it's on Stafford, 395, it's close to downtown. $12.
Oh,
If I can help, I think number 5 Donald is on the other side of the Midtown Bridge.
Yeah, it's very close to downtown, and you can see comparable. It's $13.74, comparable 27. But this,
go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off.
but this Donald, it's on 4th floor, so it's 5 or 6 floor building.
Okay, so you have median of the 89 at $15, correct?
$15 media on average, $16 per square foot.
Okay. But you have said in the past today that the median is the one that you're putting the most weight on, correct?
Yes, but it's depend of the building. This building was fully renovated. They put investment 2.7 million just to renovate buildings. That's why assessment $17.24. It's fair because you can see maximum $22.50 in our portfolio of 89 comparables.
So none of these 89 comparables have similar renovations?
No. Some has, but I cannot point. But in my case, I separate 6 comparables with big square footage to be fair and check how we're doing. It showed between $17.50 to $22.50. Big square footage.
There are
It
some
is-
of the 89 that also have big square footage, don't they?
On page number 5, you can see Vermilton, Caridon, Waverly, Buffalo, Caridon, Taylor, over 5,000 square feet, but less than 10,000 square feet, like subject property.
Okay, my
Yeah.
question was, but in the 89 comparisons, there are some that have that you didn't filter out that are also big square footages. No? These filtered ones that you filtered out here on that have higher rents.
Yeah, to
those-
support subject property, correct?
Yeah, are those are from the 89 comparisons? Is that correct?
Correct. That's why I keep a comparables number here. I didn't
Okay.
change anything. I just filter it and make sure it's fair. It's
I want to make sure it's fair.
reasonability check for big square footage, how we doing.
But you said that you filtered it out based on the square footage, that it's closer to what the subject property is.
Correct.
However, are there not other properties in that 89 that also have higher square footages and are not on your filtered list?
Yes, because you can see I net rent, I filter it as well because I was looking for property renovated.
you repeat that, please?
You can see I filtered by two columns, by area and by net rent. For these 89 comparables.
Yeah,
It's
basically
and
based on
this
square
showed,
foot.
yeah.
Yeah.
And all these 6 comparables, it just reasonability check it between $17.50 and $22.50. We on low range, $17.24. It's reasonable, it's fair.
$440 Dover Court, comparison number 60, 9,640 square feet. Why didn't you filter that one out?
Because I want to do at least 6 comparables, I don't want to show it again. Big square footage. We need 6 comparables maximum to support our data, and I filtered 6 comparables. Just by 2 clicks, that's it. I didn't look so deep, I just reasonability check, period.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, Michelle, well, I guess the only question I have is I'm looking at the very first page where you've divided it into 2 premise IDs. They're the exactly same square footage, so I'm assuming they're on different floors, and they have different rents. So can you describe which properties are which? Where are
It's
they?
we apply first premise main floor $18.31, and second premise second floor $16.80. We didn't assess basement at all.
Oh, so the basement's not assessed then?
No.
Okay. You know if the basement's to be used for anything?
I don't know anything about basement is useful or no. That's why we don't assess.
Fair. Okay, that's my question. Thank you. Mr. Smith.
And plus you can see a basement, very small area, only less as 1.6 thousand square feet. It showed original building,
Yeah,
1958. It could be very bad conditions. That's why we don't assess it all.
Yeah, if it's not being assessed, we don't really care about it. Thanks, Mr. Michelle. Okay, Mr. Smith, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're dealing with 385 St. Mary Avenue here. I will direct you again to my addenda on beginning on what's labeled as page A-5. It's immediately following the income and expense form. I'll just wait for you to get there. This is the 2023 realty decision for the subject property. And if you look at the decision, you can see that it is based on the net operating income presented by the applicant. Following that, you have a cover page in my realty brief and the workup of the net operating income. So the average rental rate as it comes out was $14.39 per square foot. That $14.39, I'll direct you to my page number 13, is based on our rental rates that we've applied to the 3 spaces that are present in the building. So we have applied $15.50 per square foot to the main floor, $14.50 per square foot to the second floor space, and then $10 per square foot to the basement space that is included, that composes the total of 9,390 square feet. So what I'll also point out to you at this point is that the areas that the city is using of 4,695 per 4,695 square feet per floor is incorrect. The actual area for the first and the second floor is 4,125 square feet, with the basement space being 1,140 square feet. This is taken directly from the floor plans, space plans for the building, which are included in my addenda and were included in the realty appeal for the property. So beginning on page A9, you can see those plans. The measurements are there for you, indicating the actual leasable area per floor of 4125. And then the basement space comes to 1140 per square foot. Now, how do I know these are correct? The owner and tenant, owner occupant of the building is an architectural firm, and they have obviously done the exact measurements for the building for their purposes in building it out, etc. So they have absolutely provided the correct information here, and the decision, as you can see, is based on those floor areas as well. So that's a bit of background for you. Looking at the subject property, yes, it was purchased by architectural firm, and they did do renovations to it, significant renovations as was described. The cost of renovations, obviously, as I've discussed with panel members many times, does not directly translate to market value one-to-one. Yes, money is required to be spent on a property to either upgrade or renovate the property to a particular owner or occupant's needs, but that doesn't translate into year one value. Those renovations and the cost of them are not paid for in one lump sum. They're spread out over a significant amount of time, and it really skews the valuation of a building when you look at what a renovation cost, which obviously the panel was in agreement with. Now, let's get back to the brief itself. So you can see the exterior of the property on the cover page of my brief. Background on the property: originally constructed in 1958. It's had various owners and iterations. It was, I believe, Royal LePage Commercial at one point back in time was based out of this property. It's been lawyers' offices, etc. over time, typically always owner occupied. It does sit on a site of a little under 11,000 square feet, and it does have some on-site parking, although that is quite limited and is not adequate for the overall size of the property. Now, let's look at the build out. The owner occupant is an architectural firm, and they work in close collaborative groups in many of their projects, and typically value having an open plan space. So for their particular use, doing the renovations to the property to, as you can see in the photos, be largely open plan makes a lot of sense. Now, is that particular renovation useful for the, say, all potential office tenants out there? No, it's not. Certainly for some, not all. The look and etc. and the layout is not going to be conducive to many uses. I can speak to this, having worked in a number of open plan offices. They certainly have their detriments, and are typically we are seeing office space go away from this trend in recent time, except for your creative type of industries such as architecture, etc. So the floor is simply polished concrete. It's not redone. They've opened it up to metal deck on the roof, changed the glazing, changed the air system, electrical, all things of that nature. But the actual structure itself is pretty much the same. Looking at the basement, the floor plan is shown for you at the back. We've included the areas that would be leasable, which include some storage area that they are utilizing, as well as a workout area that they use. Now, I've applied $10 per square foot to that space. Top of page 6 is one of those spaces. And I see that we haven't included the rest of it. The gym is not of any kind of high end. It's simply a rubber mat floor with a relatively low ceiling. You can see the parking on page 7. So let's move on. Again, property is right smack downtown in the CBD on the corner of Edmonton and St. Mary. So towards the west end of the CBD, on your westbound St. Mary route, roughly one and a half blocks over from the Bay area. And you can see that from the map shown on page number 9. So is there any relation between I'll restate that. The suburban office market and the downtown office market are completely separate markets, very different animals. Demand and rental rates in suburban areas is significantly higher as of the valuation date than it is downtown. Vacancy in the downtown as of the valuation date was certainly trending upwards. We had dramatic amounts of open space, which has continued forward and was also present prior to that time frame. We're looking at a smaller office building here, and certainly on the open market, it would have be impacted by these standard market trends downtown. So having no existing arm's length lease in place, let's look at what an appropriate rental rate for the subject property would be. I've given you 11 comparables from downtown. One of them is a retail use, a chain restaurant, quick serve restaurant located at 260 St. Mary. I provided it as it fronts on St. Mary as well, and is in a relatively high traffic area. The comparables that we have here are all downtown office of similar nature to the subject property. There is some variability, obviously, 220 Portage being of a higher grade than the subject property. 363 Broadway, similarly 200 Graham, 360, etc. There's some variability here. I don't want to go through these necessarily one by one. I certainly can. What I will point out is that the leases that we're looking at here are all clustered around that 2018, 2019, 2020 timeframe for the most part. They're all quite recent. And the sizes, while we do have some variability, we did try and provide larger leases that would give you some perspective on rental rates for a property of this size and this location. So our rental rates range from $12.50 a square foot for 361, 365 Hargrave, which is actually in quite close proximity to the subject. $12.50 per square foot there for over 6,000 square feet, up to a high end of $16 per square foot for a property at 195 Fort. That being the high end of the range. Now, the bulk of the properties are in that $14-15 per square foot range, and all very well located in the downtown area. We have Graham, Broadway, Smith, St. Mary, Portage Avenue. I've got one from Waverly here, I see, that snuck in. That's being a 2020 lease for a superior location at $15 a square foot for over 5,000 square feet. You can see the trends here quite evidently, and this is your snapshot of downtown as of the valuation date. Moving on to page 12. Again, I've provided basement rent, the same chart for you. We're using $10 a square foot. The Cushman Wakefield and Capital stats are there for you, indicating Class C office space, which the subject would be at 1168 square foot and 1291 according to Capital. The subject property, yes, it's had very recent renovations. The building has essentially been redone. The layout is not, again, conducive to any and or most tenants, I would venture to say, nor do the renovations necessarily, they're not glitzy. We're looking at a polished floor, open deck. You can see the structural components of the steel girders, etc. It is what it is. It's not to everybody's taste. There's also basement space, as noted, of 1,140 square feet. Typically very challenging to rent. Now it's there and we've applied a rent to it. So this is not an elevated building, so you do have to walk up to the second story. So we have applied $15.50 per square foot to the main floor, $14.50 to the second floor, and $10 per square foot to the leasable area in the basement, which gives you an overall average of $14.39 and a annual net rent of $135,150. Again, 2023 Realty Board of Decision is based on those figures exactly. Adding in the expenses to this, as shown on page 15, gives us our final rounded ARV of $158,630. And that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Ms. Scheibel, any questions?
Yes, please. Your plan of basement show no any leasable area like office space exit in basement. We cannot rent basement, correct?
It's unusual to be able to rent a basement space. However, this being an owner-occupied building and they have built some of it out for their use of 1140, I have included that in the valuation. And if you look at the figures with regard to the rentable area, it comes out exactly to what the city has.
And by the end of day, it's single tenants owner occupied building, correct?
It is, yes.
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Moreski, any questions?
Yes, Mr. Smith, did you say that the city's area was incorrect?
Not that their area is incorrect, simply that they have applied 4695 as a to the first and second floors and no space in the basement. So we have 1,140 square feet in the basement that goes into comprising that overall total leasable area. So the floor, having it broken into two, is incorrect. It's essentially three, and the spaces are whatever I indicated, 4125 square feet per above grade floor, and then the basement space in addition to that.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Rondo?
I've got no questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
And I don't have any questions either, so I'm going to thank everybody for their attendance, and we'll be rendering our decisions in very due course, but now we've heard all items on the agenda today, so we're closing this hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Have a
everyone.
great night. Bye.
You too.
Appreciate your time.